State of Michigan versus David Nebeling, 26-00794.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Attorney General Dan Grano for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. If it pleases this honorable court, William Hackett, P65962 on behalf of Mr. David Neverling, who stands to my right, judge, is present in court. Today is the time and date set for sentencing. I've had an opportunity to go over the pre-sentence investigation report with my client. You find no corrections, additions, or deletions.
Thank you. You can make allocation. You can make your allocation.
Yeah, Judge, we would ask the court to adopt the recommendation of the probation department and the agreement between the Attorney General's office and the defense judge. I think that there's, my client is being supervised by the Health Profession Recovery Program. He's in complete compliance with the program. And I believe after your, well, I know that after your probation department interviewed my client, that was the recommendation I'd asked the court to follow.
Did your client want to make a statement at all?
Excuse me?
Did your client want to make a statement at all?
No, Judge, no, Your Honor.
And this wasn't a matter that there was. I'm going to honor the agreement based on the report and all of your this criminal history. There is no prior criminal history. There is a fine of $500, $75 crime victim rights fee, $50 state minimum cost. When will you make payment?
Yes, I can.
Okay, when he gets back, I'll get you over to the criminal traffic window with the file, okay?
Great, thank you, Judge.
Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Your Honor, did you say the fine was 500 or 100?
I said,
I think the maximum fine is 100 on this offense.
the maximum might have been miswritten in my file. The maximum is $100.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
the maximum fine. $100 is his fine. We'll get him to the traffic window when the criminal traffic window when the
Great, thank
court
you.
officer is available.
Thank you
Thank
very
you, Your
much.
Honor.
Have a
Thank
great
you.
week.
Same to you. I need you to say while we wait for Nathaniel, he's gonna bring up the main invoice. Yeah, so he can get it taken care of.
Yes.
You can be seated. This is the matter of the state of Michigan versus Nathan Lee House 2670749. Appearance, please.
So thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, prosecutor attorney Dan Smith appear on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. House, who is present to my right.
Mr. House was scheduled for sentencing today, and we have a pre-sentence report and recommendation. It was prepared yesterday. Did you get a copy of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you read to make corrections, updates, or deletion?
From people. I believe it to be accurate, Your Honor.
And he is incarcerated in the Eaton County, correct?
That is correct.
And then he's been accepted into the treatment court.
He will be released in 9 days and then within 2 years of probation.
I'm assuming because of the joke, the way they were calculating joke credit, that he did PR on this at some point.
I don't believe he PR'd it, Your Honor.
I see where the bond was 1,010%. I did note that he could PR once his holds were cleared. And I don't have any indication that that ever happened. It just, he must have PR'd to go to Eaton County. Yeah. Okay, so he must have PR'd to go to, so he has only 6 days on this, so we'll give him 6 days. Credit 6 days. And he's all set. Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing from the, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
You're all set.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons.
And then we're supposed to have some exams.
Yeah.
And State of Michigan versus J. Sean Williams. I have 24-025888, 25-02128. Appearances, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, assistant prosecuting attorney Dan Smith appearing on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Jessica Straub on behalf of Jason Williams, who is not present.
Okay, are you waiving his appearance for this purpose?
I did try to contact Jason, Your Honor, and was unable to make contact. I called their phone twice. It appears that it has been disconnected.
Okay, so no accurate information. And this was not a scheduled court date, so this was an attempt to address a prosecutorial issue. Correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Okay, what is the concern?
The concern is the bond. I believe Mr. Williams was in court on Tuesday. He had indicated that he was unaware of the exclusion zone, and he made the court, at least to me, he made it seem like he didn't know what was going on, and he did not engage in assaultive conduct with the incident that led to the PA 53 violation.
let me stop you here. From my understanding is I do agree that he did attempt to make the court believe that he was unclear of what the exclusion zones were. However, that's why I iterated to him that regardless of what his exclusion zones were, he was not supposed to be anywhere where the alleged victim was. And that it was traceable on GPS tether. So,
Yeah, and so after we got out of court, the victim contacted me and she explained to me that she explained the incident and she gave me some video evidence about Mr. Williams being in the actual location and that he intentionally committed the act that he was alleged to have been done as a part of the violation. So I don't know if it's going to be appropriate now or at the violation here. I have at the violation here to address the bond and to update the exclusion zone because I believe that there's 2 victims on this case.
or which one, which case number? Because I have on file number in 2128, I believe only 1 victim, that's an Indy Burton. And then in the other file, I have 3 victims. Jasmine Ray, DeAndre Davis, and I'm just trying to read the handwriting. I believe it says Aaliyah Jackson. DeAndrea Jackson, yeah, and Alicia Jackson.
On file number 02128.
Correct. I have an Indy Stitt.
Yes,
Burton.
so Indy Stitz, that's the individual that contacted me.
Okay.
And I guess there's some ongoing beef between Indy Stitz and one of the defendant's friends. And he asserted himself into this and is seen on video running his car into this Indy Stitz car. So I believe that he
Take her out. She's talking too loud on the record.
I believe he was less than forthcoming or less than truthful with the court about knowing that he shouldn't have been around her because from what I see on the video.
We know that he's not supposed to be around her. I don't think he disputed that. He, I think, was trying to hang his hat on. He wasn't in the exclusion zone. Court's not stupid. We knew what he was trying to do. I told him, regardless of the exclusion zone, you're not supposed to be wherever she is.
So
so that was why I said I wasn't sure if this area where the alleged bond violation and potentially new felonious assault charges, because that was my concern. I went down to the jail myself. He was arrested for felonious assault with the vehicle.
Yes.
He on either Monday night or Tuesday morning, and bond violations. They did not or were not prepared. The prosecution had not yet issued on the felonious assault. The jail released him. He brought himself upstairs on the bond violations. So that was why I went down to the jail myself. But I had asked the prosecution to confirm the exclusion zone only because I was trying to make sure wherever this alleged incident, is this a new address of the victim? Was it already a part of the exclusion zone just based off his statements? It did not appear to be the address of where the underlying incident took place. So I don't know where, I wouldn't know where Miss Stitt Burton lived. So to the extent that the court needed to, or a JSG needed to have the exclusion zone addressed, I wanted to make sure you could get that information. So is your belief that it does need to be updated?
Yes, it does need to be updated.
Okay. If you could provide that to Ms. Nash, we'll get it to JSG.
Okay. And then our office is looking into those charges. I have advised counsel that she probably should waive the violation, but our office are probably going to be filing.
Waive the violation?
I mean, I don't have the power to do that, right? My client has to.
When you mean like plead?
Yes.
Please to the violation.
Oh,
Or
okay.
probably maybe after, because our office will.
Got it. Okay, got it. So, yeah, she obviously, I don't think that the public defender needs your advice on how to proceed, but I get it. It maybe you mean your offer was maybe inclusive of her client pleading to that? Is that what you're saying? Or,
I don't know. So we are looking, and I'm gonna be charged with felony. So.
my understanding is that was he was arrested for anyway,
So that's gonna happen.
and he was released pending further investigation,
Right. So,
which it sounds like you've done.
yeah, further investigation. The client wanted to run the violation hearing, and that's set. So, at this time, if he still wants to continue with the hearing, we should do that, but.
I mean, there's no incentive at this point not to. You're saying you're gonna issue the felony, so.
Okay, well,
It's not, and it's not at this point scheduled until August. By then, the felony should be issued, I would imagine. That felony is gonna require him to report to jail to be arraigned. And then, obviously, the felony exam at time will be much quicker than August, depending on how quickly it takes your office to issue those. I'm on call this week. So if it's issued this week, it would go to me. But if not, I don't know how long it's gonna take. So once he's arraigned and gets that addressed, the cases that will, because of case consolidation, come to me. And then I can get these pre-trials and the bond violation set for the same date as the exam, which could potentially be sooner than the August date.
I want to make a motion to increase the bond in these cases.
You want to make a motion to revoke the bond and increase the bond
Just increase the bond.
to,
What, is there?
okay, let me set it for a bond hearing so we can notify him because he's not here. And you don't have an accurate enough phone number for him right now?
Well, you know, Your Honor, I do think it's an accurate phone number because I was able to reach him for this number last week.
Okay. But this week it's off.
I think it has since been disconnected.
That's wild because how is she contacting him?
Right.
You have to have a working phone number to be compliant with GPS tether. So let me see if JSG can contact him. If they're not able to contact him, I'm gonna have to revoke his bond altogether. Because he has to have a working phone for us to work with the tether company. So let me see if I can do that. I'm gonna set this for bond hearing, June 16, 9:15. I'm trying to think if I want to let you all put this on the letter. I gotta come in here on the 11th. Yeah, you can put it on the 11th. At 9, we should be able to do it.
Yeah.
We'll do June 11th at 9. And then contact JSG and see if they're able to still track him or contact him because we are not able to at this time.
And Your Honor, just to clarify, when you say bond hearing, you're not saying the PA 53 contempt hearing. You're
No,
talking
just
about
bond. He wants to,
modification.
yeah, I can't modify a bond if he's not here anyways. The only thing I can do is revoke it and issue a bench warrant. If I'm gonna just modify, give him additional conditions, then I need him to be here. So we'll do that, and then we will help make attempts for you to make meaningful communication with him to the extent that we can get a phone that
Thank
works
you.
for him.
I'll try to email as well.
Okay. Any additional matters for that record?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Not from defense. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we've not, oh, it's early, but Blackman's not here yet. Who was the young lady there?
She was here for a civil case that was trying to
That was what?
removed from your docket a couple months ago. She just didn't.
The attorney, I think the attorney is here too. Looks like they signed the installment.
She was back there crying. I was trying to figure.
Yeah, I don't know what, once I gave her the good news, she's happy. So.
Oh, I will say the plaintiff's attorney. Look at them, they ready to go. Wow. Good morning. Plaintiff's attorney is here. So
I don't. I'm assuming at the objection hearing, they entered the installment payment, so it doesn't start with July 15th. But it was set for review earlier, but it was removed by Austin.
Mr. Garlinghouse.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Both you and the defendant appeared today, but your matter was removed, I should say, off of the calendar for today.
Okay. Do we have a different date or should we just wait for a notice to appear?
What is the date for? You all entered an installment payment agreement, correct?
Oh, we got it. Yeah. She did.
Our records indicated that you entered an installment payment agreement that starts on July 15th.
Okay, great. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're all set.
Have a good day.
You too.
No, it's just here.
Okay, this is the state of Michigan versus DeAndre Morgan, 25-03811. And then we also have state of Michigan versus John Velasquez-Hicks, 25-03769. Council appearance, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Randall Berman on behalf of the people. Natalie Maycomer is also appearing on the file with the prosecutor's office. She is out in the hallway currently. Thank you.
Your Honor, Fred Blackman on behalf of Mr. Moore will be standing to my left, saying, Council.
And may it please the court, Michael Nichols, I'm here on behalf and with Mr. John Velasquez-Hicks, who's next to me at the council table. And my co-counsel, Grace Palmer, a new lawyer in our firms in the.
Very good, thank you. Okay, today was the date scheduled for preliminary examination. My understanding is that we are prepared and ready to run the examination. However, Mr. Morgan wishes to not run his exam.
He does not want to run.
I'm talking to Mr. Morgan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
Okay, okay. And so was there an offer extended on this?
There is not, Your Honor, just negotiations will continue in circuit court.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and so Mr. Morgan, so Mr. Velasquez is going to run his exam.
That's my.
Mr. Morgan, you understand your right to have a preliminary examination? You understand the purpose of the exam? Okay. I'm talking to him now. Your time to counsel is over.
Okay, all right.
While I speak. You understand the purpose of the exam? Okay, well, you just told me no. Your right is to have the prosecution establish at this stage that they have enough evidence to support probable cause that first a felony was committed and then probable cause sufficient to charge you specifically with the felony. Do you understand that? And you want to waive that? Why are you looking at him? He can't waive your right. That's your right. Okay, and so once that means this matter will go over to the circuit court, you can't later decide that I don't like how this was going. I don't like how negotiations or I should have ran my exam. Once you waive it, it's over. You understand that? And you're positive that's what you want to do. And no one's threatening you to do that. There's been no promises extended to you to waive your exam. So your bind over date is going to be June 10th. That's the date the circuit court's going to receive your file. It's not a date that you have to appear in court. You understand that? Your next court date will be a pretrial. Your attorney will be made aware of that date. Do you have any questions? And the people are waiving their exam
That's correct.
on this matter?
That's correct.
Bond was set at 3,000 personal recognizance that will continue. Any additional matters for the record?
Not on behalf of the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Not on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're all set. Keith? I think they're leaving. Should be enough chairs for everyone, I believe. Sir, are you staying for this exam? Yes. Okay, well, then we gotta find you a seat. Since there are all these people from your office,
Yes.
this if they wanted, they can, some could move into the jury box. Waiting for the prosecution and we'll be ready to go. Okay, any preliminary matters before we begin with proofs?
Just a couple, Your Honor. Initially, for preliminary matters, people do have 3 videos that we intend to admit today. They're exhibits number 9, 10, and 21. Defense counsel has seen the videos. One actually was provided by defense counsel, but I believe it's my understanding that we will be stipulating to the admittance of all 3 videos.
Counsel?
That is correct, and I'm not sure which one is the one I provided, but I've marked 21. I marked 21 as defense exhibit A. Obviously, I stipulated to that.
Instead of 21, we'll just do defense exhibit A. And then you have 9 and 10.
Yes, Your Honor.
People's 9 and 10
Yes, Your
by
Honor.
stipulation.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Any additional preliminary matters?
Additionally, Your Honor, we do have an autopsy report, that is exhibit number 20. It would be admitting per statute of 76611D 1D. And a medical report, which is exhibit 15 for Dr. Machi, MACHI, under that same statute.
Anything else for the people?
Very good.
Anything for the defense?
Your Honor, I move to sequester witnesses with the recognition that under MRA 615, the court does not exclude an officer or employee of a party, natural person, or a person whose presence is essential to presenting the claim. I see Sergeant Vanderboord here, and I think an officer here. I think it would allow for the presence of an officer in charge as well as an expert witness. I frankly have my expert witness watching on YouTube. So, oh, I see. Okay. This is the first witness that I was.
Oh, sequestration is granted.
Thank you.
Anything else from the defense?
No.
Okay, you call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll call Haven Hyatt.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
You can have a seat. If you can state your first and last name and then spell both.
Haven Hyatt, H-A-V as in Victor, E-N as in Nora, H-I-A-T-T as in Tucson.
That's where you can proceed.
Thank you. Ma'am, where are you employed?
Lansing Police Department,
And how long have you been employed at the Lansing Police Department?
approximately 2.5 years.
What is your current assignment with the Lansing Police Department?
I'm a patrol officer.
As a patrol officer, how are you assigned calls to go to, respond to?
Dispatch sends me calls. I also do self-shade.
Were you working on April 24th of 2025?
Yes, sir.
During your shift, did you have a reason to respond to the intersection of South Martin Luther King Boulevard and Mary Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the city of Lansing,
It is.
Ingham County?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of your response that day?
A crash involving extrication.
A crash involving what?
The extrication, subject who is pinned inside of the vehicle.
In the initial dispatch information that you received, did you know how many vehicles were involved in this crash?
It's in the at least two.
I can't hear her responses.
It stated it was at least two.
At least two vehicles involved. And the vehicle that had an individual that needed to be extricated from the vehicle, did you know the state of that vehicle?
It was a Chevy sedan, and it was the front passenger needed to be extricated.
When you arrived on scene, what did you observe?
I observed multiple vehicles, over three of them in the middle of the roadway at King and Mary. I observed multiple, the Chevy per se had a hole in the windshield, as if somebody had been ejected. I observed a pickup truck over the curb right in front of the liquor store, and another couple vehicles in the roadway.
Do you know what the speed limit is right there on MLK?
45 miles an hour.
Did you approach these vehicles?
I did.
When you approached the vehicles, what did you observe?
I approached the Chevy first. I observed a front passenger who was upside down in the vehicle. Officer Bryant was consistent with that, so I moved on to the pickup truck where I observed a subject who just stood up in the bed, sitting there
In the bed of the pickup truck?
in the bed of the pickup truck.
Can you describe what that person looked like?
White male, shaggy hair, sitting right here.
Can you describe something he's wearing today?
He's wearing a blue shirt, white shirt.
Your the record may reflect identification of the defendant.
Any objection?
For purposes of exam, no.
Identification is noted.
Did you later learn that individual's name?
Yes, John.
Did you learn his last name?
Velasquez-Hicks.
Did you later learn who the passenger that was trapped in the vehicle was?
Jaden, John's brother.
Did you learn his age?
14.
Were you able to speak with the defendant on scene?
I was.
Did you leave him standing in the bed of that pickup truck?
I did not. I ushered him out of the bed of the pickup truck after it was learned that he was ejected from the Chevy. And I moved him across the street to sit on the curb while we waited for an ambulance.
Did an ambulance eventually come?
Yes.
And was he taken to the hospital?
Yes,
Did you go with him to the hospital?
I did. I rode an ambulance with him.
I need you to, I don't know if you can turn your, this right here is blocking out your sound and your voice is just not projecting this way. So I can't make out anything after your first word. So can you repeat your last answer?
Yes, ma'am. I rode in the ambulance with John to the hospital.
Okay, and then you said something else after that. I thought. So you can continue if you did. Okay.
You were speaking with the defendant. Was he able to recall his own name?
He was.
And was he able to recall the area that he was at?
He was basically able to provide his first name, his last name, his date of birth, his phone number, and his address. Nothing.
Was he able to recall who was in the vehicle with him?
Yes, his brother.
Did he say anything about who the driver of the vehicle was?
He told me that he was the driver of the Chevy.
He being the defendant.
Yes.
Was it the Chevy Malibu?
Yes.
Did he ask about his brother at all?
He did.
What did he ask?
He asked if he was all right. He asked if he had an ankle.
Ultimately, did you learn whether or not his brother survived the crash?
I learned that he did not.
Did you ask the defendant whether or not he was wearing a seatbelt when the crash happened?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
He told me that he believed he was putting the seatbelt on during the crash.
Here, if I may approach. Okay, we're going to hand you people's proposed exhibits 1 through 4. Do you recognize what's within the exhibits that I've handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Generally speaking, what do those 4 exhibits depict?
Yes.
Are those photographs of the scene that you observed that night?
They are.
And do all 4 photographs accurately depict the scene that you saw that night?
They do.
Okay, this time people would move to admit exhibits 1 through 4.
Any objection?
What year?
Yes, please. Yes.
Morning, Officer Hyatt. I'm going to show you proposed exhibit number 1. It looks like this is taken in the dark. Correct. Okay. When you arrived, it was earlier, obviously, correct?
It was.
And it's still daylight?
Yeah.
Do you have an independent recollection of how the cars came to their point of uncontrolled rest after the crash?
During the daylight, yes.
Okay. Does it look like in proposed 1, any of the vehicles moved at all in any way, shape, or form?
No, sir.
Any debris that appears to have been moved at all?
Not that I recall.
Okay, and same line of questions for 2 for foundation. This is a nighttime scene?
Yes.
Okay. Anything appear other than, obviously, there's an ambulance there? Anything appear had to have been moved?
Honestly, I don't recall.
Okay.
I was
And
mostly at the bottom of the truck.
can you repeat that? You said what, B-U-T-T?
The side of the truck.
Bed of the truck, okay. And then as to proposed 3, that looks like the Malibu, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Appears to be in the same condition.
Yes.
Okay. And 4, same question. That would be the truck that I think made contact with the Malibu. Is that your recollection?
I did nothing regarding the crash investigation, sir, but I do recognize the truck.
And it appears that it is on or about to get lifted onto a wrecker of some sort.
I would assume.
No further voir dire and no objection to 1 through 4.
People's workers were admitted. Thank you. Regards to people's exhibit number 3, Officer Hyatt, is that the Malibu that you observed? You said you observed a hole in the windshield.
Yes,
Do you see that hole in that photograph?
I do.
And in exhibit number 4, in front of the truck, do you see the bumper for the Malibu?
I do.
Now, let me publish those to the court.
Yes, please.
Thank you. After assisting in accompanying the defendant to the hospital, did you do any further investigation in this traffic crash reconstruction or investigation? Thank you.
Officer Hyatt, at the time of this crash, which was April 24th, 2025, based on your testimony, you would have been an officer about 1.5 years.
Roughly, yes.
Did you have any training at that time in accident investigation or reconstruction?
No. Accident investigation, yes. Regular traffic crashes, but reconstruction, no.
You probably took the first module in the academy.
Yes.
Where did you go to the academy?
Lansing, in Michigan Academy at LCC.
I'm going to ask you first, we've got some chapters here, so we'll try to keep it in topic rules, okay? The contact with John Velasquez-Hicks, identified in court for this morning. You approach him in the bed of the truck, right?
I did.
After this case was done, you did a police report, true?
I did.
And you're trained on writing police reports.
Yes.
It's important to preserve your important observations of an investigation, true?
Yes.
Especially one like this.
Yes.
Have you reviewed your police report this morning?
I did.
I'll ask you some questions and we'll see if you need your recollection refreshed. I don't want to be, demeaning to your experience, but was this like the first fatal crash that you had in your 1.5 years at that point?
I don't recall.
You obviously are trained and familiar with human reactions to injuries and trauma, right?
Yes.
You recorded some observations about John Velasquez-Hicks in that regard, true?
I believe so, yes.
When you testified that he was in the bed of the pickup truck, just explain to me, it's not the truck that he was in, right?
Correct.
He was ostensibly, if he was the driver of the Malibu, right?
Yes.
You know how far apart the Malibu and the truck were?
I don't recall.
May I approach and grab the?
You may.
We'll start with exhibit 3. Okay, this is the Malibu, right? And this is the windshield that you indicated was basically not a windshield anymore.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And based on what you were able to piece together, is it your opinion that the driver, Mr. Velasquez-Hicks, was going through that windshield?
Yes, as I said earlier. he was-
And he was out of it? He had blood all over him?
Yes.
Didn't know where he was? True?
Sure.
And was mostly concerned about his brother? Did you or did you not interview some of the other witnesses, participants in this crash?
I did not.
All right. With respect to the ability to draw any conclusions yourself based on your training and experience, you really have nothing to offer us about how this crash happened, right?
I do not.
Nothing further.
Can you redirect?
Where exactly in the Chevy Malibu was the deceased located?
Jaden was in the front passenger seat upside down.
And when you located him upside down, was he conscious? Was he able to talk with you at all?
No.
Were you able to determine the state of his breathing, whether or not he was breathing?
Agonal breathing.
And what does agonal breathing mean?
Basically, it just means that you need to perform CPR.
Nothing better, thank you.
Just to be clear, you said that Jaden was at the front passenger seat, you said?
Yes.
Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Sharon.
Thank you, Officer Hyatt.
Thank you, ma'am. Judge, can you put the photos back?
Oh, yeah, you can just sit in my hand. Thank you. Then you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Officer Matthew Stevens.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I swear.
You can state your first and last name and spell both.
Matthew Stevens, MATTHEWSTEVENS,
You can proceed, Counsel.
Thank you. Sir, where are you employed?
with the City of Lansing Police Department
And how long have you been with the City of Lansing Police Department?
for about 5.5 years
And what is your current assignment with the City of Lansing Police Department?
as a patrol officer.
Were you working on April 24th of 2025?
Yes, I was.
During your shift, did you have a reason to respond to the intersection of South Martin Luther King and Mary Avenue?
Yes, I did.
For the City of Lansing,
Yes, it is.
Ingham County, Michigan?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of your response that day?
For a multiple vehicle accident involved injury.
Did you arrive on scene?
I did.
When you arrived on scene, what did you observe?
I observed a Jeep Grand Cherokee that was damaged in the middle of South MLK, as well as what appeared to be a victim or off to the side with a crowd of people around them.
Why do you state that there appeared to be a victim off to the side?
Because there was a large group of people that was surrounding them, and as I approached them, it determined that they were involved in the accident. So
Were you able to determine in which vehicle they were in?
the Jeep Grand Cherokee,
Were you able to determine this individual's name?
I was, yes.
And do you recall what that name was?
I do not recall it.
Looking at your report, have a fresh memory.
It would, yes.
May I approach?
Oh, yes, you can.
If you can read this first paragraph to yourself, look up when you're finished. refresh your memory? What was the name of the individual that you located on the side of the street?
Marquise Blocker.
And were you able to determine where within that Jeep Grand Cherokee that individual had been prior to the crash?
He was sitting in the front passenger seat.
Did you observe any injuries on the individual?
Not that I can necessarily see, but he had complained of pain just about all over his body from the incident.
Did you make contact with any other individuals?
I did, yes.
And who was that?
It was Keandre Morgan.
And you determined what, if any, vehicle Keandre Morgan was in at the time of the crash?
He was in the Jeep Grand Cherokee.
And what position?
He was driving.
And how did you learn that he was driving that vehicle?
He had told me that he was driving.
In relation to where the other vehicles were that were involved in this crash, approximately how close or far away was the Jeep Grand Cherokee to the rest of the vehicles?
So at least a block away from the rest of the vehicles.
Your Honor, may I approach? I'm going to hit people to close exhibits 11 and 12. Do you recognize what's depicted in exhibits 11 and 12?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
That is the Jeep Grand Cherokee that I observed on scene.
The positioning and the condition of that Jeep Grand Cherokee, is it the same position and condition that you saw it on the April 24th?
Yes, it is.
Does it appear to be changed or altered in any way?
No, it does not.
At this time, people would move to admit exhibits 11 and 12.
Any objection?
No objection.
11 and 12 are married?
You may publish those to the court, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
Were you able to determine whether there were any other individuals inside that Jeep Grand Cherokee at the time of the crash?
There was one more on the rear passenger seat.
Was that individual injured at all that you could see?
Not that I could see, but I'm sure on injuries or something.
You're aware what the speed limit is on Martin Luther King?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
It's 45 miles per hour.
Did you interview any other individuals involved in this crash?
I did not know.
Thank you.
Thank you. As of April 24th of 2025, officer, how long had you been a police officer?
Give or take about 4.5 years at that point.
I may approach you with the
Yes.
photos. Okay. I'm showing you 11 and 12. These have been admitted already, as you know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's start with, I'm going to ask you some questions about these contextually, okay?
Okay.
All right, 11 is predominantly the back and driver's side of the Jeep Grand Cherokee, true?
That is correct.
The vehicle driven by Keandre Morgan, true?
That is correct.
12 is kind of the opposite perspective of that same vehicle, showing the passenger side and the front, kind of the grill and bumper.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Looks like most of the damage to this vehicle is on the passenger side, true?
That is correct.
And you testified that this vehicle that's depicted in 11 and 12 was at least a block away from the other vehicles that were involved in the crash. Is that also true?
That's correct.
Can you say at least a block away? Do you think it was appreciably more than a block or barely more than a block away?
Honestly, it's hard to tell. I mean, I would say about a block away is, I mean, given where MOK and Pierce is, where it would have initially happened as opposed to where the vehicle came to rest, I would say it's about a block away.
And that would be to the north?
To the south.
South. Right, because it was traveling from north to south, right?
Sure.
And officer, having been an officer, I think at that time for, I think you said at least 4 or 5 years?
4.5 years. Sir.
4.5 years. You policed crashes before, right?
Yes, sir.
And don't need to really be a physics master or an accident reconstructionist to know that speed and direction will control where a vehicle comes to a point of uncontrolled rest.
Yes, sir.
So if that vehicle was traveling from north to south, it continued on north to south for a significant, I'll say at least a block distance.
I would say give or take, yes, but I'm not an accident investigator. I'm not trained in all that.
Understood. Wasn't asking you for an expert opinion. Don't get too excited. said the crash first, we'll say initiated at MLK and Pierce, right?
That would be correct, yes.
And then MLK would be north-south, obviously, right?
Yes.
Okay, Pierce east-west?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
How do you read that?
I'll leave your turn.
Okay, thank you, Officer Stevens. Call your next witness.
I think people call Kyle Bertley. I may give those exhibits back to the courtroom.
Yes.
While we're waiting, we're gonna be playing the videos. I've logged into the Zoom. Is that the best way to do that?
That's why I've made you co-host, so that you can share your. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
You can have a seat. There is a microphone that's right in front of you. That microphone will not amplify your voice in the courtroom, so you need to speak loud and clear. The purpose of that microphone is so that the lady that's sitting directly behind you can make a report of everything that's stated here. So it just runs the sound through the system, okay? All of your responses must be verbal. We cannot articulate in the record head nods and head shakes, so you need to give us a yes or no. If it's a yes or no, no uhs or uhs, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, if there is an objection from either of the attorneys, I need you to stop speaking immediately. The objection requires I make a ruling on whether or not you're allowed to give an answer to their question or not, okay? You understand what I just said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, state your first and last name and spell both.
Kyle Bertley, Kyle Burtley.
You can proceed, Councilman.
Thank you. So I want to bring your attention to April 24th of 2025. Were you driving a vehicle that day?
Yes, I was.
That'd be about 5:45 in the evening.
When I was driving, it was closer to 8:30 p.m.
Okay. And what type of vehicle were you driving?
2003 black Lincoln MKX.
And where were you driving around that time?
We were heading north on MLK.
Then the city of Lansing,
Yes, ma'am.
Ingham County?
Yes, ma'am.
Who, if anyone, was in the vehicle with you?
It was myself, my girlfriend, Brittany Stone, her daughter, Amelia Matthews, and my son, Kingston Bertley.
Who was sitting in the front driver's or the front passenger seat?
That would be Brittany Stone.
And then both children were in the back seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say which direction were you traveling on MLK?
Heading north.
Were you in the left lane or the right lane?
We were in the left, closest to the turn lane.
Did there come a time in which you were involved in a crash that day?
Yes.
Prior to the crash, did you hear or see anything that caught your attention?
Prior to the crash, no. Until immediately before impact, we saw a car turning on to or coming into MLK from, I believe it was Pierce Road, and hit another vehicle and sent that one into us.
Where did the vehicle that crashed into you impact on your vehicle? Front, side, back, or something else?
Front, head-on collision.
You driving near any other vehicles at that time?
There was, I believe, a pickup with a trailer next to me
On your right
on
side?
my right side.
Once, and the pickup was not the pickup, or not the vehicle that crashed into you, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you see which type of vehicle crashed into you?
At that time, no, I didn't.
When the crash happened, did your airbags deploy around the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Or may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm gonna hand you people's proposed exhibits number 5 and 6. Do you recognize the vehicle that is depicted in those 2 exhibits?
These are my vehicles.
Exhibit number 5, is that, which angle of the Lincoln MKX is that?
That is from the rear driver's side.
And exhibit number 6,
That is from the front passenger side.
those photographs accurately depict the damage that was done to your vehicle after the crash?
Yes, ma'am.
And the 10 people would move to admit exhibits 5 and 6.
Any objection?
No.
Equals 5 and 6 are admitted.
And official support, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
So after the crash, were you able to get your vehicle doors open to get out of the vehicle?
The driver's side door, and the driver's side doors opened. The passenger side front door didn't open from the inside.
You said your girlfriend Brittany was sitting on the front passenger side.
Correct.
Was she able to get out of the vehicle
Yes, she climbed out of the window.
of that passenger side front door?
Yes, ma'am.
What about the 2 children that were in the back seat? Were they able to get out of the vehicle?
We had to help them out.
Were the back doors able to be opened?
Yes.
When you helped them out of the vehicle, did they have any apparent injuries on them, your children?
Nothing visible.
And what about Brittany? Did she have any apparent injuries?
She was not able to bear weight on her right foot.
What about you, sir? Did you have any injuries from the crash?
Yes.
And what injuries did you have?
I injured my left wrist.
How did you injure your left wrist? What type of injury?
The technical term, I couldn't tell you, but it was extra spacing between the bones in my wrist.
As a result of that injury, did you have to seek any medical treatment?
I received surgery for the issue.
When did you receive surgery approximately?
August 6th,
Of 2025.
2025. Yes.
Prior to that August 6th surgery, were you able to use your wrist?
Yes.
Since that surgery, have you had any follow-up surgeries?
No follow-up surgeries, but I did have physical and occupational therapy.
And how long did that last?
That lasted approximately a month and a half, so about 6 weeks.
What was the purpose of that physical and occupational therapy on your wrist?
To regain range of motion and strength in the left hand.
Prior to the surgery, did you have full range of motion on your wrist?
Yes, I did.
Did you have pain in your wrist? Is that why you had to have surgery ultimately?
The pain came when I moved the wrist. It wouldn't move as it's supposed to.
Okay.
And they said that it could worsen, so we just elected to have the surgery right away.
So your wrist was not working 100% appropriately,
Correct.
and then you had the surgery.
Correct.
And since then, you've been able to regain full range of motion?
Not full range of motion, no.
Has this impacted your job in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
How so?
I was terminated for missing too much time.
Did your children have to get any sort of medical treatment?
Nothing outside of the trauma center that night.
They went to the emergency room that night?
Yes, ma'am.
You were clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to show you, and we'll watch on the screen here. It's going to be People's Exhibit number 10, which has already been admitted. It's going to be a video of the crash, and I want, after we watch the video, I want you to tell the court whether or not you can see your vehicle within this video. Were you able to view your vehicle within that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And where within the video did you view your vehicle?
On the impact. It was the one that went up in the air.
You see your vehicle in this frame that we've stopped it. And for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
record, sorry, for the record, the video is at 26 seconds in. Where do you see your vehicle right now?
The vehicle is the black, the first black vehicle furthest. Facing.
Point at your vehicle with the mouse here. So we see a black pickup truck right next to it. Is that your vehicle, that Lincoln MKX?
Correct.
Okay. And both of those vehicles are traveling north.
Correct.
And we see another vehicle, the black sedan, that seems to be almost sideways, but going more southbound. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that the vehicle that crashes into you?
Yes, ma'am.
By the time that you saw that vehicle coming head on towards you, did you have any way to avoid this crash?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sorry, nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Bertley, I'm glad your kids weren't hurting you worse and that you weren't hurting you worse. Sorry about what happened to you. Some questions first about the nature of this crash, okay? It sounds to me like you didn't see this crash start. True?
I saw the impact of the car turning onto MLK. I saw the other car hit the car that hit me, and I saw that car hit me.
So this was what you would, we'll call it a multi-step crash, right? In other words, there was a collision and then another collision and then another collision.
Yes.
Did you see the vehicles, and they were coming from the opposite direction?
Correct.
Okay. I'm not sure it's really clear, but let me just make it clear. You were traveling which direction?
Traveling north.
So the other vehicles were traveling south. Did you see the vehicle that was struck by the vehicle that pulled out bounce off latitudinally or sideways into another vehicle?
Yes.
And then you saw that vehicle hit another vehicle.
The one that hits. When they made contact with the vehicle turning off of the side street, I saw that. Then I saw the hit, I guess, the vehicle that this gentleman was driving.
Well, let me strike that. I don't think this witness knows that. Okay.
Doesn't know what.
You didn't see who was driving.
Oh.
Any of the.
Stricken.
Thank you.
Whoever the vehicle that hit myself and my passengers, I saw them get hit from the other vehicle. It pushed them into my lane.
Okay. So the truck, as you testified, came into your lane and hit you. Is that right?
Wasn't a truck.
Okay. It was, which vehicle?
Now,
Got it. Your speed at the time, if you can recall,
no higher than 45,
why did you say no higher than 40?
because we had just stopped at Jolly, the intersection of Jolly and MLK. You were initially behind the truck with the trailer and were passing, so we hadn't even hit 40 when we got to that skywalk.
The skywalk that's at MLK in Rio, south of John,
North of Jolly.
north of John. Okay, so you were going to pass the truck, right? Okay. You know the speed limit there?
Imagine it's 35 or 45. This is 45.
You testified about some injuries, okay? I'm glad they weren't any worse. You described your surgery, right?
Correct.
Now, I've got medical records for you that are only from the day that this happened. Your surgery would have been after that day, obviously, correct?
Correct.
All right. Do you remember when that was?
The surgery itself is August 6th,
Of
2025.
August 6th of 2025, and there will obviously be records from that?
Yes.
Okay, so if the prosecutor asks you to get those records for them, to get to me, any problem doing that?
Not a problem.
Appreciate that, sir. What I have from the night of the accident shows that you were complaining of wrist pain. Right? Right. And I told you to follow up, and it sounds like you did.
Yes,
You testified you still don't have a full range of motion?
that's correct.
Back to work, though?
Back to work, yes.
Okay, excellent. And kids and your girlfriend, they're all basically okay now?
My girlfriend is still going through treatments.
I think we're gonna hear from her later on. All right. We're talking to a police officer out there.
Pardon?
You remember talking to a police officer?
The night of the accident? No, I don't recall.
Okay. You never gave a statement to any officer?
I don't recall much from that night, other than being at the hospital worried about my children.
You remember an officer coming in while you were in an exam room with one of your kids?
Yes, there was an officer with me.
Yeah, it looked like you maybe had a body worn camera on.
He may have. I was facing straight up. I was in the bed.
So now that we've established that an officer came in the room, right? There was a conversation, right?
Okay. Yes.
You remember telling him you didn't see how the accident started?
I couldn't tell you what was said that night.
The answer to my question is you don't remember?
Not really sure.
Maybe that you did tell him, but you just don't remember.
I couldn't tell you right now. Either way, to be honest, what was said.
I would hope that you're already thinking it's not a witness statement. Okay, thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Brittany. You can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People called Zahar Maki.
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. The microphone that's in front of you is so that the recording system will hear you, but I need to hear all of your responses loud and clear. That microphone is not going to amplify your voice in the courtroom. So if you can speak loud enough so that the person in the back can hear you, that would be wonderful, okay? All of your responses must be verbal. You can't do head nods or head shakes or mm-hs, uh-hs. If you forget, we'll ask you if it's a yes or no, okay? If there is an objection from either attorney, you will stop speaking. I have to make a ruling on that objection and then tell you if you're allowed to give us the answer to their question or not, okay? State your first and last name and then spell both.
Dahamati, D-A-H-E-R, Dahamati, M-A-C-H-I.
Thank you. You can proceed.
So I'm going to bring your attention to April 24th of 2025. Were you driving that evening?
Yes,
And what type of vehicle were you driving?
I got a 2001 Ford F-350.
And with that vehicle, did you have any other equipment on that vehicle?
Yes, there's a trailer and the other car's on the trailer.
Now, where were you driving that evening? On what road?
I left my dealership on the south side and I'm okay. Heading to north side to drop that vehicle off.
You're driving northbound on MLK?
Yes.
What lane of travel were you driving in, the right or the left?
On the right lane.
While you were driving north on MLK, did there come a time which you were involved in a crash?
Yes.
Prior to the crash happening, did you see or hear anything that caught your attention?
I don't see the cars hit me. I just after, I just see the cars hit my truck and that time, try to open the door, just have to leave. Now, driver's side door, I cannot open it, I have to lock the front, the passenger side.
Oh. So just before the crash happens, you didn't see or hear anything happen initially?
No.
Okay. But do you see the vehicle as it's crashing into you?
No.
Okay, so you just see the aftermath.
Correct.
Okay. Now you said you couldn't get out of the driver's side door, is that correct?
No, I cannot.
Would it just not open?
I can't, yeah, because it's, the accident was happening on the driver's side door, so I cannot open it now.
Okay. Was there another passenger in the vehicle with you?
Correct.
Okay. And did that individual also get out of the passenger side door?
Correct.
When you got out of the vehicle, were you injured at all?
I got a broken leg.
Were you able to stand on that leg when you first got out of the vehicle?
No.
Which leg was affected?
This is the right one.
Your right leg?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall what injuries you had on that right leg?
I do really forgot because the doctor said I have a few and I have another one coming up.
You had to have surgery since then?
I got 2 surgeries already.
What type of surgeries, as far as what were they fixing?
It's my ankle.
Okay. You had 2 of those already?
Correct.
And you have a third coming up?
Correct.
Do you know when that third one is scheduled for?
I'm actually not about 2-3 months from now.
Okay. How would you describe the scene immediately after the crash once you got out of the vehicle?
I don't really remember a lot. I doesn't have a pain in my leg. It kind of moved in that time. And it's kind of, I see like everything dark in front of me that time, to be honest. I don't really remember a lot.
The passenger that was with you, was that person injured at all?
Correct.
And how was that person injured? If you know.
I don't really remember, but he's have 2 stitches on his nose. He's well, he went to the hospital, I believe, for a day or so.
Now, you may approach.
You may.
I'm going to hand you People's Proposed Exhibits 7 and 8 and People's Exhibit 15A. You can look at People's Proposed Exhibits number 7 and 8. Do you recognize what's depicted in those two photographs? And what is depicted in those two photographs?
So I see that truck, this is with someone I was driving that time. Yeah, it's supposed picture going to my truck.
And the way that your truck is depicted in People's Exhibit 7 and 8, does that accurately depict the damage that was done to your vehicle from this crash?
Correct.
Now this time people would move to admit Exhibit 7 and 8.
Any objection to 7 and 8?
Not for the exam.
7 and 8 are admitted.
And looking at Exhibit number 15A, is that in part of your medical records from Sparrow Hospital that evening?
Correct.
Does that show where you had a broken ankle and a broken toe and other injuries?
Correct.
Or if I may publish those to the court?
Yes, please.
The record just reflects, I don't think Ms. Maycomer moved 15A in, I didn't hear, but they're admissible under 766.1B. So I'm not gonna.
I think that you did that in the preliminaries
Yes,
by stipulation,
yes.
or, I mean, by statute.
And, you know, I don't like it, but obviously an objection is futile.
Thank you. People's 15A, it's been published and admitted per statute.
Because you didn't see anything prior to the crash, were you able to avoid this crash in any way? I have nothing further.
Oh, yes.
Okay, sir. Exhibit number 8 and exhibit number 9, you testified that's your truck, correct?
Correct.
And I'll ask you questions about both of these exhibits at the same time, okay? All right. Most of the damage to your truck is on the driver's side, true?
Correct.
In fact,
I'm sorry, it's 7 and 8.
did I say 8 and 9?
Yeah.
Thank you. 7 is, it depicts the driver's side of the truck that you were driving. Okay. And 8 depicts basically the passenger side of the truck that you were driving. Right? So the passenger side of your truck.
What about it?
That's what is shown there.
Correct.
Okay. And there's, if I say significantly, do you know what I mean? There's significantly more damage in 7 than in 8.
I'm sorry.
A lot more.
I don't see the truck on personal. All I can see on picture right now. I never want to see the truck, how it look like.
Sure. And then 15A, which would be your medical records, essentially from about a week after this happened. And you're going to have more surgeries. Is that what you said?
I got another one coming out.
Okay. Got them back in order for you.
Thank you.
It sounds like you didn't see it, the crash, to know whether or not this was a multi-step crash. In other words, one car hitting another, then your truck, or what happened.
I see that was in the video after when I went to the hospital from a friend. And I don't see anything. All I see is someone.
You just know what you saw in the video?
Yeah,
I'm asking you from your personal, from your independent memory.
no, I don't see, no.
That's what I'm looking for. Thank you. Do you recall your speed?
I'm sorry?
How fast you were going?
I don't know exactly, but somewhere around between 42, between 40 to 42.
40 to 42? That sounds pretty specific. Is there a reason why you remember it so exactly?
I don't speak. I usually, when I have a load in the truck, I usually don't speak.
You had a load in this truck?
Correct. I have a trailer in the truck, the trailer on the top of the trailer is a car also.
And just so I'm clear, you didn't have anything in the bed of the truck. When you say load, you mean the trailer that you were pulling?
I got pulling trailer, on the top of the trailer, I have a car.
Which you were delivering from your dealership? Is that what you were doing?
This is trading car, I take that trading car is now running, taking it from my dealership, drive it to the junk shop.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect. No redirect, Chairman.
I just want to be clear. Is it that you broke your leg or you broke your ankle or is it both?
My ankle have a both in from the front and from the back.
Okay, because originally I think the answer was that your leg was broken, your right leg.
Correct, but it's have, it's two breaking from the side and the back.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Any redirect based on my question?
Yes. The breaks to your ankle, both were to your ankle? You have two different breaks to your ankle.
One from the right and one from the back.
Okay. And those breaks made it where you couldn't put weight on your ankle?
No. I think not much.
Okay. And your toe was also broken? Your big toe?
No. What's the toes? I'm sorry.
Yes. In your medical record, your toe, was that also broken?
What's toes? That's
on your foot.
sorry, I just have
That's
to
okay.
translate for that.
That's okay. Your ankle though. Your ankle had two different breaks.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And nothing further.
I did see something about the toe on here. Any questions for you?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sure.
Thank you, sir. You may be excused. You can call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, people call Officer Derek Selden.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
That's right.
Thank you. You can have a seat. You can state your first and your last name and then spell both names.
My first and last name is Derek Selden. My first name is spelled D-E-R-E-K. My last name is spelled S-E-L-D-E-N.
Sir, where are you employed?
With the Lansing Police Department.
How long have you been employed at the Lansing Police Department?
About 2.5 years as a sworn officer.
And in what capacity are you currently employed at the Lansing Police Department?
As a sworn police officer.
As a patrol officer, or do you have a special assignment?
I am assigned to the patrol division, yes.
I want to bring your attention to April 24th of 2025. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
What shift were you working?
Our afternoon shift,
What hours does that entail?
3 p.m. to 1 a.m.
During your shift, did you have a reason to respond to the intersection of South Martin Luther King and Mary Avenue?
Yes, I did.
Is that in the city of Lansing,
Yes, it is.
Ingham County?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of your response to that area on that day?
It was for a multi-vehicle crash.
You arrived on scene, what did you observe?
I parked my patrol car slightly down the road from the actual crash to block off the road and ran down. I observed, I think, 4 or 5 vehicles initially, multiple vehicles, a lot of people walking.
You see you parked down the road, do you mean north of the crash or south of the crash?
North of the crash, I believe at the intersection of King and Kavanaugh.
Were there any vehicles that you approached first?
Yes,
Which vehicle did you approach first?
it was a sedan. I think it was a Chevy Malibu or Impala or older Chevy sedan. I went up to that one first, which dispatch and other officers have got there said that there's someone trapped inside that vehicle.
Did you observe somebody trapped inside that Malibu?
I did.
Could you tell that person's conscious state, whether or not they were alive, breathing, talking?
They were obviously deceased.
Did you try to call out to that person?
I believe I did.
Did you later learn who the individual was that was deceased?
I did.
And who was that?
Forgive me, I haven't had a chance to review my report from the other court case. I believe it was this person was Jason.
Velasquez-Hicks?
Yes, that's correct.
And just for the court, you were just before this in a trial in the circuit court?
Yes, I was.
You rushed right on over here?
Yes.
Thank you for that. Now, you said there was multiple vehicles, I think you said 4 to 5 vehicles on scene.
Yes.
Aside from the Chevy Malibu, what other vehicles do you recall seeing on scene?
I recall a larger pickup truck with a trailer, a SUV next to that, another SUV on the opposite side of the road, and then one quite a bit further down the road. Down the road being south of the crash.
Okay, so you observe an SUV south of the crash, quite a bit down. Then you said you observed another SUV across the street from the crash. About how far north of the crash?
That would have been right across where the intersection is, so maybe like 50 feet north and then on the opposite side of the road.
The vehicle that you observed north of the crash, was that a Trailblazer?
I believe it was.
Were you able to determine if there was any passengers inside that Trailblazer?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall who those individuals were?
Nothing.
Do you recall how many there were?
I'm unsure, but I believe it was 3 in that one. There were a lot of vehicles.
Were there any obvious injuries to any of the individuals that you observed in the Trailblazer?
I don't think any obvious injuries for that.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to hand you people proposed exhibits number 13 and 14. Do you recognize what's being depicted in those 2 exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what is being depicted in those 2 exhibits?
That is the Trailblazer we had spoke about that was just a little bit northwest of the main area of the crash.
And the way that it's depicted in exhibits 13 and 14, does it accurately depict the condition and position in which you located that vehicle?
Yes, it does.
At the time people were moved to admit exhibits 13 and 14?
Any objection?
Not to the exam, Your Honor.
Exhibits 13 and 14 are admitted.
May I publish those to the court?
Yes, please.
So did you interview anybody that day
I interviewed the driver that was from that.
from the Trailblazer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Was that person's name Melanie Saucedo?
Yes, it was.
Did you interview anyone else that day or speak with anyone else that day involved in the crash?
I can't recall.
In regards to the individual in the Chevy Malibu, were there any other individuals inside that vehicle
Not
when you
I-
arrived?
When I arrived, they were not in the vehicle.
Did you learn whether or not there had been somebody inside the vehicle prior to your arrival?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
I learned the driver of that vehicle was had been driving it and had been ejected. And one of the bystanders on scene pointed out to me that
And where was the individual when that he was pointed out to you?
he was in the bed of the pickup truck.
Would you recognize the individual if you saw him again? Do you see him in the courtroom today? Can you describe where he's sitting in an article of his clothing?
You can see the furthest to my left, your right, wearing a white undershirt and a blue outfit.
Let the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Any objection?
No.
So noted.
Ultimately, did you take an inventory of each? Let me rephrase that. Did you take note of each vehicle and how many occupants were in each vehicle?
Eventually during the investigation.
And during the investigation, did you become aware of surveillance video that captured the initial crash?
Yes, I did.
Did you view that video?
I did.
I'm going to play for you what's already been admitted as People's Exhibit number 9.
This is the Liquor King, right?
Did that accurately depict the video that you saw initially in
Yes.
regard to this crash?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that area?
I am.
And are you familiar with that cross street of Pierce and MLK?
Yes.
You are driving east on Pierce. That gets you towards MLK. Where the crash that we just saw.
Yes.
Okay. Say People's Exhibit number, I'm sorry, Defendant's Exhibit A. Already been admitted. Before we hit play, the video begins with his first screenshot is of the video. Is this that intersection of Pierce and MLK?
Yes, it is.
Go and play Defendant's Exhibit A. There is a way to connect directly to the TV. We're playing it through.
That cord doesn't typically work. You can try it, but
I've got it downloaded. I could play it.
Try it that way.
I have it downloaded too.
it's a lag. Is that what's going on?
Yes, Your Honor. There's no lag in each of the videos. Try that again.
Must have missed something.
Yes.
I think that's probably the best way to do it.
Judge, may I stand in front of the bench and have the court watch the video?
Yes.
Just for the record, officer, this. What we're seeing now is that intersection of Pierce and MLK.
Yes, it is.
Judge, can you see it?
I can see.
So do you know what the speed limit is on MLK in that area? If you don't know off the top of your head, that's okay.
Can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. Now, what happened to all the vehicles that were involved in this crash?
They were all towed.
And do you know, were they towed to a certain type of lot?
Yeah, they were then towed to our secure lot off Sunset, where they go for investigation.
Is that what's done in each case in which you keep a vehicle as part of some sort of evidentiary value?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Morning, Officer Selden.
Good morning.
Cross-examined twice in the same day.
Yes, sir.
A red letter day in your career in law enforcement.
Just a long day.
A long day. On 4/24 of 2025, how long had you been a sworn police officer?
A year ago, so that would have been about a year and a half.
If you don't understand a question that I ask you, let me know and I'll clarify it for you. Otherwise, we'll all assume that you understood the question.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Were you the first one at the scene, if you know?
I was not.
Others had arrived before you?
Yes.
Do you recall if Officer Hyatt arrived before you?
I believe she arrived just after.
You testified on direct examination that you went, first thing you did was to go to the Malibu. Is there a reason for that?
One of the officers had put out that someone was trapped in that vehicle. And I have prior experience as an EMT for 2 full certifications, so about 6 years. I was full-time for about 4 years. So I went there to see if there's anything I could do to help that.
That's why you kind of qualified when you said with the Lansing Police Department as a sworn officer, you had a career before that.
Correct.
I see. EMT?
EMT, yes, sir.
How long?
Full-time plus a second EMT job as a part-time job for about 4 years. And then after that was just a continuing basis for
hardworking young man. I've got your police report. I don't know that it's clarified in here, but any recollection of, other than the person was obviously dead, their position in the car?
They were on the floorboard of the front passenger seat, beneath, between the seat.
And when you say obviously dead, you said you called out to them?
I believe so. trying to recall that evening, a little over a year ago. I believe I tried to see if you could respond verbally at all, but he wasn't in a position that he appeared that you'd be able to.
Did you come to find out later that Jaden, the young man who was killed, is the brother of John Velasquez-Hicks?
I did.
You interviewed a few people, right? One of those individuals was Melanie Saucedo?
Yes.
The driver of the Blazer.
Yes.
That was important. Why was that important?
That's the first vehicle contact that initiated the rest of the crash.
I don't know how much we got into it, but there's obviously a stop sign at Pierce eastbound and MLK, true?
Yes, sir.
As we observed on Exhibit A, that vehicle rolled right through that stop sign. Isn't that also true?
Yes, sir.
Violating the vehicle code by running the stop sign, true?
Yes, sir.
I don't know that you've ever looked at the downloads from any of the vehicles, but you would agree with me that it was going at least 5 miles an hour way through the stop sign.
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, it's speculation.
I'll rephrase it.
Please withdrawn.
Based on your observation of Exhibit A. Was it the first time today that you saw it?
That video?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you able to estimate based on just your life experience about how fast or slow the vehicle is going?
5 mile an hour or less.
Definitely did not stop.
Did not stop the roll.
When you talk to Miss Saucedo, and remember it would be hearsay, so without telling me what she said, you asked her what happened.
Yes.
She gave you an answer.
Yes.
Based on that, did you write her a ticket in any way, shape, or form?
No.
How did all that get sorted out, if you know, in terms of the LPD team making a decision about what happened and who's at fault?
When there's a larger crash like this, especially involving death, we typically do not write any tickets so that way proper charging decisions can get made, because otherwise that ticket could be considered a charging decision. We don't want to read anything with that. We save that for court later. So we get together, we look at all the facts and circumstances that we have on that evening and determine what happened and who was at fault. In this case, we were all in agreement that speed, especially.
Not giving me an opinion. You guys didn't issue anybody a ticket. We'll
Correct.
put it that way.
Yes.
Okay. And I think what you were about to say is you guys figured, okay, speed is a factor, right?
Yes.
But the person pulling out in traffic is a factor.
Correct.
In fact, as we can see from Exhibit A, I know we all watched it, but I'm just going to make a record. That Blazer driven by Ms. Saucedo not only pulled into traffic on MLK, but was traveling against traffic as it looked like she was trying to make a turn. Sure.
What exactly are you looking for?
You're looking at me like,
question?
yeah, you don't understand the question. That's fine. And if you want to see Exhibit A again, we can look at it again, but the Blazer wasn't just cutting out in the same direction from running the stop sign. It was at an angle against oncoming traffic.
She appeared to be making a left hand turn.
And in doing so at an angle. I mean, didn't go, the vehicle code requires you to go straight into the first available turn lane, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's not what this vehicle did.
I don't think I could say that she didn't make it to the turn lane at all. She didn't make it even halfway across the intersection, so I don't think I could say whether or not she was making a proper turn.
The question that I asked you is that it would be an improper turn if that's what somebody were to conclude that's what that is.
Sure.
I think we'll stick with that. You wrote a report.
Yes.
And you indicated you did a chance to review that report before
yes
court today, as you were in circuit court?
Yes.
And part of what you preserved in your report was your review of video from the Liquor King, true?
True.
When did you review the video from the Liquor King first?
when I first saw it, like that day, or
Did you review it on April 24th of 2025?
yes.
When was the last time you reviewed the video from the liquor king, other than court just now?
I think it would have been that day. Right into the court.
Did you see whether Officer Hyatt looked into Malibu as well?
I don't think I did.
You did not see her look into Malibu?
She was by the Malibu with me, but I didn't take record of her actions as far as looking into the Malibu.
Who else did you interview? You remember going to the hospital? To interview anybody?
I don't think I did. If I sat on scene until the vehicles were towed.
Sounds like your basic follow-up role was track down the video from the liquor king, right? And other wrap-up stuff to help turn it over to the crash reconstruction team.
Correct.
Council, can I have your approach just briefly? Back on the record, thank you.
I have nothing further for the officer.
Read it.
Thank you. Also, I want to follow up on a couple of questions the defense counsel asked regards to whether or not somebody makes a complete stop or rolls through a stop sign. If you were to cite somebody on that, what type of citation would that be? Would that be a misdemeanor, criminal infraction, or a felony?
Be a civil infraction.
You come to a stop sign. The question regarding whether or not this was an improper left turn. If an individual does not see any cars coming their way, is that still considered an improper turn? If there's no cars coming their way,
Yeah, I think it still would.
it'd be an improper turn?
Or in regards to the stop sign or the turn itself?
The turn itself.
Um,
If there's clear traffic and they go to turn to the left turn lane.
it still could be considered an improper turn if they don't complete it. But we didn't get that far.
Let's just say the turn itself. If there's no traffic coming, and somebody were to make a left turn onto a main road.
I think I'm going to object to the form of the question at this point.
There's an objection to the form of the question. You want to rephrase?
I can rephrase, I'm not sure.
Yeah, because your question is,
If there's no traffic coming and somebody makes a left turn onto an okay, is that an improper left turn?
I think I see where it is.
but I gotta address the objection. Okay, and you're objecting to the form of that question. Is it because it's excluding the stop sign issue or?
Well, I mean, it's just been asked the same way, slightly different ways. I mean, the question is, I mean, really, is what he observed on Exhibit A an improper turn? I think he said he's not sure if it was. It's cumulative.
Okay, but I think she's trying to clarify, because I don't know that it's clear. If absent the stop sign concern, would it be a civil infraction or violation of improper turn if that turn was being made with no oncoming traffic? Correct. I think that could clarify the answer, so I'll allow him to answer.
You understand the question?
I do know.
Yeah.
It's completely legal to make a left turn from that stop sign on the camera.
Is it reasonable for a driver to expect other drivers to be doing over 90 miles an hour on Martin Luther King?
It would not be gruesome.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, officer. You can be excused. I'm just making sure no one needs to wait for a phone. Okay, we need a 5-minute recess. Back on the record. You can call your next witness.
Thank you, and we'll call Gregory Camp, and we'll grab that witness, and I may publish to the court exhibit 20, which is the already admitted autopsy report.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nichols said he didn't mind. The court doesn't mind. I asked the questions. Sir. Thank you.
Is someone's grabbing your witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. If you could state your first and last name and then spell both.
Gregory Camp. It's Gregorykan.
You can proceed.
Sir, were you employed?
Michigan State Police
And how long have you been so employed?
for 15 years.
Thank you. And what is your role with the Michigan State Police?
I do crash reconstruction full time.
So that's the sole role that you play with the state police at this point?
That's correct.
And can you just explain for us briefly, please, what is collision reconstruction?
I'm with the state police. There are 8 crash reconstructionists statewide. So the state is divided up. I have 9 counties that I'm responsible for. And generally speaking, I respond to fatal and serious injury crashes that are prosecutable. I also assist other agencies, like in this case, with it could be equipment that they don't have, or maybe expertise that another agency is looking for help with.
I'm going to try to do this in an expedited manner, but have you had any specialized schooling or training in accident reconstruction?
I have.
And were you tested to test, so to speak, your degree of proficiency in crash reconstruction?
Yes, I am ACTAR certified, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Instead of going through all of your training classes, is all that information contained in your CV?
It is.
And I should have already shown Mr. Nichols People's Proposed Exhibit 16. I approach the witness, Your Honor. I show you People's Proposed Exhibit 16 and ask if you recognize what that is.
Yes, this is my CV.
And does that list all of your trainings and experience as it pertains to crash reconstruction?
It does.
And have you been certified as an expert witness in crash reconstruction in courts in the state of Michigan?
I have.
Do you recall how many times?
Approximately 10 times.
Ever in Ingham County?
Yes.
How many crashes would you say over the span of your career as a crash reconstructionist that have you investigated yourself? I'm not looking for an exact number.
The total, including assist other agencies, is
Yes.
probably 600.
Have you attended any training as it pertains to the operation of a crash data retrieval system?
I have.
And just real briefly, can you explain first, please, what a crash data retrieval system is?
That term, crash data retrieval, refers to software and hardware made by the Bosch company. And they produce the software and hardware needed to connect to and retrieve data from primarily airbag control modules of vehicles, but there's other modules as well.
For those of us not schooled in crash reconstruction, a lot of people, it's safe to say, refer to that as a black box.
Yes.
In a vehicle. And you've had training with regard to crash data retrieval?
I have.
And have you been certified for crash data retrieval?
I have.
And does that include the downloading and interpretation of the data that you received from the download?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, I would ask that Sergeant Camp be recognized as an expert, not only crash reconstruction, but also in crash data retrieval. And I can certainly go into more in depth if Mr. Nichols wishes, but I think everything's also outlined in his CV.
Your Honor, for purposes of the exam, I don't have voir dire. I'll cover what I need to cover on cross-examination. Don't object to the tender by the prosecutor.
Thank you. Your motion to have the trooper detective, is it detective? Sergeant Trooper Gregory Camp. Expert is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if I didn't so move to have his CV, which was people 16 admitted, I so moved.
Objection.
I don't object.
People 16 is admitted as well.
Sergeant Camp, did you have occasion then to assist the Lansing Police Department with regard to a crash that occurred on April 24th, 2025?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, what road did that crash occur on?
On MLK.
And pursuant to your investigation, did you do crash data retrieval downloads from vehicles involved?
I did.
Were those downloads done pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
And how many crash data retrieval downloads did you do?
3.
And do you recall what vehicles those were?
Yes, it was, I don't recall the year offhand, but it was a Malibu, a Jeep, and a Trailblazer.
And I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 17. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Sergeant, can you tell us what People's Proposed Exhibit 17 is?
This is the CDR report generated from the data from the Chevy Malibu.
Can you just look through that quickly and ascertain whether or not it's a full, complete, and accurate document of what you retrieved from the CDR module?
It is.
People would seek to admit Proposed Exhibit 17.
Any objections to people 17?
No, not for the exam.
People 17 is admitted.
And I'm going to show you People's Proposed 18 and ask you, is that a CDR download report?
Yes, sir.
And what vehicle was that for?
This is from the 2012 Jeep Grand Cherokee.
And does that seem like a complete report that fairly and accurately depicts your CDR download?
Yes, sir.
We'll seek admission of Proposed 18.
Any objection?
I don't object.
Get them away from that door. Right there. You can proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant, I'm going to show you People's 19. Ask you, is that CDR retrieval report?
Yes, sir.
And which vehicle was that for?
This is from the 2007 Chevy Trailblazer.
And is that a complete report and fairly and accurately depict your download?
Yes, sir.
People would seek admission of Proposed Exhibit 19.
Any objections?
I don't object.
19 is admitted.
We go back to People's Proposed 17. That's the Malibu download.
Yes, sir.
Can you look through that document? In fact, I've kind of made it easy because I think I put a sticky note on the page at issue and tell us if there's any data relative to the Malibu speed prior to the crash on April 24th, 2025 noted in that document.
There is, I'm looking at page 16 of 34, which is pre-crash data for event record 1.
And can you just pause for a moment and explain to us what a event data is? Or what triggers the capture of the data? Is probably a better way to ask.
Yeah, and specific to this Malibu, there were 2 events recorded. Event record 1 and event record 2. Event record 1 is categorized as a rollover event. It doesn't mean that the vehicle rolled over. It just means that it was tending toward a rollover, and so it's triggered an event. Event record 2 for the Malibu was a primarily frontal collision, severe frontal collision.
So based on that answer with having 2 events there, just so that we're all clear, does that mean that there's 2 separate crashes that occurred, could have been on different days? Or is it all relating to the same incident and just getting 2 different captures, so to speak?
It's within the same crash sequence. There was approximately 1.15 seconds in between the events.
As it pertains to capture number 1, which you called a rollover event, was the Malibu speed captured in that event?
Yes, it was.
And what page are you looking at for that?
Event record 1 pre-crash data is on page 16.
And in what increments, time-wise, is the data provided?
In 1/2 second increments.
And how far back prior to the capture or the event does the time frame go?
5 seconds.
So a full 5 seconds prior to what you call it, and we'll talk about it more in a minute, the rollover.
That's correct.
And at 5 seconds prior to the event, what is the speed of the Malibu?
For event record 1, it's 96 miles per hour.
And then what's the next reading after 5 seconds prior?
95 miles per hour.
And at what time sequence is that?
At minus 4.5.
So I'm guessing the next one would be minus 4.0.
That's correct.
And what's the speed there?
94.
And then 3.5.
93.
And then 3 seconds before impact.
93.
And then 2.5 seconds.
92.
And 2.
91.
And 1.5.
86.
And 1.
70.
And half.
64.
Does that chart or information that you're looking at also indicate to you whether or not the brakes were being applied?
It does.
And can you tell us, please, going back to the 5 second prior to capture or the event, were the brakes applied at -5?
No.
At any point were the brakes applied?
Yes, for event record 1, braking is recorded beginning at minus 1.5.
So the brakes began to be applied at minus 1.5 seconds prior to the impact.
That's correct.
And at that point, according to what you told us, just confirm I'm right here, that the vehicle at that point was traveling 86 down from the prior capture of 91 miles per hour.
That's correct.
It was 91 at 2 seconds, and then 1.5 when the brakes started to be applied, went to 86.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Anything else in that chart that helps you with regard to a crash investigation?
The data in this chart partially overlaps the data from the previous event. So event record 2 occurred prior to event record 1.
Oh, that doesn't make things at all confusing. So 2 happens before 1?
That's correct.
Okay, and so is there event captured data with regard to event number 2, which is first in time?
There is.
And how, is it the same 5 seconds?
It is.
And is it the same half-second increments?
It is.
And are the numbers different than the number 1 event, which happened second in time?
The data for event record 1 will be the same as the data for event record 2 at minus 3.5 seconds. So prior to minus 3.5 seconds, the data would go back further than the data from event record 1.
So event 2 has more data attached to it than 1.
In terms of time, yes.
Anywhere in that report, is there a graph or data provided to you with regard to what's called delta V?
Yes.
And real basic terms, can you explain for us, please, what delta V means?
Delta just means change. So delta V indicates change in speed. It's an indication of the severity of a crash. Delta V in terms of a crash typically occurs in less than 150 milliseconds.
And is there delta V information provided to you in People's Exhibit number 17?
There is.
And what does that data tell you with regard to delta V of the Malibu?
So the event record 1, which occurs second, the delta V is from front to back or longitudinally between -60 and -70 miles per hour, depending on the point that you retrieve that data. And then laterally, which is from side to side, is -35 miles per hour.
And so using those numbers, can you explain for us what that means, what the vehicle is doing at that point?
That means within approximately 150 milliseconds, the Malibu changed speed approximately 70 miles per hour.
So would you say that's a indication of a large loss of speed or velocity?
That is.
Is there same type data reference capture number 2?
There is not. Because event record 2 is capturing the interaction with the Jeep prior to the loss of control and the Malibu traveling across the center line into the other lane.
Is it safe to say the Malibu's delta V or change in speed was substantial?
For event record 1, yes.
Is there anything of note that would assist in the crash investigation in this particular case in the exhibit that you're looking at, People's 17?
I can't think of anything else.
Thank you. We move on to People's 18. I guess the best first question to ask you, sir, is how many events are captured here and in what order are they numbered?
It's a good question. There's just one event for the Jeep.
And this is for a Jeep?
This is specifically a Grand Cherokee.
And let me ask you, with regard to the Jeep Grand Cherokee, what time amounts are listed for the data that is reference speed? In other words, again, is it 5 seconds back or something else?
The pre-crash data also covers 5 seconds, but this one is in 1/10 second increments.
And I guess let's just start at the 5 seconds pre-crash. What is the speed of the Jeep Cherokee?
At -5, it is 99.
Then that's miles per hour or something else?
That is miles per hour.
And then what is the last reading provided? What's the time on that?
The time for the last data point is -0.1 seconds.
And what's the reading there?
101 miles.
So 1/10 of a second prior to impact, the Jeep Cherokee is doing 101 miles per hour.
Yes, sir.
Is there also Delta V information provided on the Jeep Cherokee download?
There is.
Is there a significant change in Delta V reference to Jeep Cherokee?
It is less so than the Malibu we discussed. Longitudinally, I would have to refer to my report for the exact number, but I recall it being about minus 18 miles per hour.
Certainly not as significant as 60 or 70.
That's correct, because the collision was more of a side swipe than it was a full interaction.
With regard to braking as it pertains to the Jeep Grand Cherokee, can you tell us, is there any braking indicated in the 5 seconds capture of pre-crash data?
Yes, there is, beginning at minus 0.3 seconds.
So 0.3 of a second prior to, I guess that would be crash impact, there's brake indication?
Yes, sir.
What about, does that graph show you percent of throttle or accelerator?
It does.
And at -5, what percent of accelerator or throttle is being applied?
100%.
And does that 100% stay static or the same through all the capture? Or does it change at some point?
It changes from 100 down to approximately 90 at beginning at minus 2.1, but the engine throttle stays at 99, which is essentially full.
So can you explain how someone could be getting off the accelerator, but yet the engine is still, I guess you're talking about RPMs, or the revving of the engine is still going?
The engine throttle is a good indication of the load on the engine. So if I'm accelerating from a stop sign and I just barely press the accelerator, the engine throttle will only open a little bit because I don't need much power. But if I'm asking for a lot of power, and that is near the end range of the accelerator pedal or the gas pedal, then the engine throttle will be wide open or nearly wide open because there's a high demand for engine power.
And so at this point, although the accelerator is being eased off, there's still a quote unquote demand for power in the engine.
That's correct, because the difference between 90% gas pedal or 90% accelerator pedal and 100% is negligible.
Is what?
Negligible.
Thank you. Anything else with regard to the Jeep Grand Cherokee download that would assist in your investigation of the crash?
Nothing I can think of. So.
I'm going to show you lastly, People's 19. Is there a capture with regard to an event for April 24th, 2025 contained in the Trailblazer download?
Yes, there are 2 events in the Trailblazer.
And which one comes first in time?
In this case, it is listed, pardon me, as simply as a deployment event. So that would indicate that for this event, the airbag module decided to deploy airbag or airbags.
So am I correct in saying that if you're in a crash and your airbag deploys, that's what triggers the CDR to make the capture?
Generally speaking, yes. Technically, it's actually the change in speed that's occurring,
the delta V,
that triggers the recording of data and triggers the airbags deploy. And I give that kind of caveat because the primary purpose of the airbag module is to deploy the airbags. It will record data if it still has power and it still has time to do so, but that's secondary.
But in this case, both things occurred. Is that true?
That's correct.
And what is the furthest back pre-crash data time that it recorded?
This one has minus 2.5 seconds.
So instead of going back 5 seconds, this particular module only went back 2.5.
That's correct.
And at 2.5 second pre-crash, how fast is the Trailblazer going?
7 miles per hour.
And is there an indication as to whether or not the brake is on?
It is, and yes, the brake is on.
What about the accelerator?
That is released or at 0%. Although, in this case, the only value recorded is percent throttle, which in this case is likely the engine throttle.
What is the next time that there's a capture?
At minus 2.0 seconds.
And what's the speed of the Trailblazer at -2?
5 miles per hour.
Is the brake engaged?
It is.
And the engine throttle percent?
At 0.
And then is the next one 1.5?
Yes, minus 1.5 seconds.
And what's the speed of the Trailblazer at -1.5?
5 miles per hour.
Is there an indication whether or not the brake is on?
There is.
And what is it?
The brake is off.
And is there a reading with regard to the engine throttle?
There is.
And what is that?
At 24%. Yes, sir.
So that would indicate to you that someone's obviously taken their foot off the brake and began to accelerate.
That's correct.
And at minus, is there a reading for -1?
There is.
And what's the speed of the Trailblazer at -1?
7 miles per hour.
And is the brake on or off?
It is off.
And what is the engine throttle? -1?
At 34%.
Then I'm guessing the last capture is half a second?
Yes, sir.
And what's the speed of the Trailblazer there?
10 miles per hour.
And is the brake on or off?
It is on.
And what's the engine throttle there?
0%.
Pursuant to your assisting the Lansing Police Department in this investigation, did you do anything other than the CDR downloads? Did you watch any of the videos that were captured?
I did watch them, yes.
And based upon the CDR downloads and the videos that you saw, did you do anything else?
I did not.
And based upon your viewing of the downloads and the videos, were you able to formulate how the crash occurred?
Yes.
And can you explain first, please, how the crash occurred?
I'm going to object at this point. Insufficient foundation under MRA 702 and 703. The witness, without saying it, told us he didn't do a full crash investigation. All he did was download the black box and looked at a video or more than one video. There's not enough for him to give an expert opinion based on the record so far that he can conclude.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would submit to the court that in this case, you almost don't have to be an expert. If you watch the videos, you can see what happens, but now we're coupling that in with his knowledge of the downloads of the speeds to formulate and put into what we see in the videos, the two cars driving next to each other, the Trailblazer trying to make a turn and how the crash occurred, and then how everything happened thereafter. I think he's been qualified as an expert in crash reconstruction, and I think there has been enough evidence admitted into evidence for him to posit an opinion as to how the crash occurred.
Well, I agree. He has been qualified as an expert. I don't think that he's able to give a determination outside of his expertise. It's clear. I would also agree that if it was warranted for him to do a full reconstruction, I think his expertise would have pushed him in that direction. Am I wrong? Was it required for you to do a full reconstruction in this case? Or was the information that you pulled in your expert opinion sufficient for you to draw a conclusion? Because you can't speculate.
I should have asked for voir dire, and I would like to do that.
You would like to voir dire now?
For the court rules, yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Sergeant, can I have your Vita? I'll come to it. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, your curriculum vitae, which is a fancy word for resume, it's not paginated, but it's multiple pages, true? It's multiple pages.
It is.
More than one.
Yes.
At least 10, right? The point is this encompasses all of your training.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Your formal training, right?
Yes, sir.
Your formal education. Is your formal education identified in?
Some of it.
You are ACTAR certified.
Yes, sir.
You took a number of training courses to become ACTAR certified, correct?
The courses, there are no courses required to take the ACTAR certification.
And ACTAR certification stands for what? ACTAR stands for what?
Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
There is an industry standard or a professional standard with respect to what is required to do a proper and full accident reconstruction. True?
Could you rephrase?
Sure. There is. When you're certified by a standardized body, that means there's a standard that you're supposed to follow, right? Do you understand that?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Sure. Standard. In other words, like me as a lawyer, it's a standard for me to tell my client what is right side. That's an example of what a standard is. There are standard things that you're required to do in your field to be able to give an opinion in court about what happened in a crash as an expert.
I still don't understand the question because every single crash is different. So there's not a manual that says do step 1, do step 2, do step 3, do step 4. Every single crash is different.
And how would it be a professional discipline? There's no standard about how you're supposed to do things.
The discipline, I would say, encompasses all of the knowledge surrounding the dynamics of a crash, the dynamics of human occupants in a vehicle, the dynamics reported by crash data from an airbag module. The knowledge required to put all of that together is included in the discipline, but there's no step by step for each crash. This has to be done.
You know where I'm going with this. There's a training that you're not supposed to rely simply on the download of the black box to give an opinion as an expert in court. True?
Could you rephrase?
Okay. Training. You have it. You have training.
I do.
Trying to break it down for you.
Okay.
Okay. And that training is so that you can come to court and testify as an expert, right? In part.
I would say no, that the purpose of the training is not to be able to testify as an expert. I would say the volume of training and crash experience, the application of that training in crashes is what gives me the ability to testify as an expert.
One of the first things you said on direct examination, you were answering foundational questions on your expertise was, I respond to cases as one of 8 accident reconstructions when the case is prosecutable. Isn't that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And prosecutable means you come to court and prosecute something, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, what does prosecutable mean? You just let somebody go and give them a pat on the head and say, don't screw up anymore? I mean,
I don't understand.
I'm gonna object. That's argumentative and inappropriate question.
That was argumentative. I'll sustain that.
Respond to a scene when it's, you said prosecutable, right?
Yes, sir.
Prosecutable means going to go to court because somebody's going to be charged with something, right? You agree with that?
Let me just clarify.
Can you just say whether you agree or don't agree?
No, because I don't understand the question, but I can clear up.
I don't know how the question could be any more clear for you.
Well, I can easily clear up
You
what.
You respond to a fatal crash when somebody might be charged with a crime. Question mark, yes or no? Question mark.
It's not a yes or no answer.
Well, that's what you said on direct examination, sir. Right?
That
there's a person behind you making a transcript. That's what you said.
That's correct.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get to is part of your training as an accident reconstructionist who may have to come to court and testify and give an opinion as an expert is do not rely simply on the black box download. Do all of the things that you were trained to do. You want some examples? Have someone take measurements if you don't take them yourself. Have someone look for witness marks like yaw or break. Those are some examples. You agree?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. Your training is how to do an accident reconstruction, right? Right? That's what you're here for. Accident reconstructionist, right?
Since we're being very specific, I would say my training is not how to do an accident reconstruction. My training talks about vehicle dynamics and the data from airbag control modules and what happens to vehicles in crashes and how to relate when two vehicles come together, how the data relates to each other and how we can take information from one vehicle and apply it to the other vehicle and how we can determine when there is a potential for severe injuries. So all of that is crash reconstruction, but I would say it's incorrect to say that crash reconstruction training tells you how to do a crash reconstruction.
To give an opinion on what happened in a crash, before we had black boxes, you went out, took scene measurements, right?
Yes.
That was one of the things, right? You would look for witness marks, right? Things like debris, tire tracks, evidence of yaw, right?
I would say more than we did, we still do all of them.
Okay. Excellent. You didn't do that here. Right?
In this case, I was assisting the Lansing Police Department.
Are you aware of, you were assisting the Lansing Police Department, right? Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Let's make that clear, okay? I understood your answer. Hopefully you understood my question. Was somebody else the lead accident investigator? If you know. Were you the lead accident investigator on this case? If you
No.
know. Okay. Do you know if somebody else was?
What? I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to trick
confused.
you.
I'm assisting the Lansing Police Department.
This is Sergeant Vandervoort?
This is. Yes.
Vandervoort, okay? Know him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For example, was he the lead accident investigator in this case?
I don't know the answer.
That's all you had to say is I don't know. So you don't know if there was somebody else who was the lead investigator, right? It's okay, you just said you don't know. Okay. Your job was to download the black box data and assist, right?
That's good.
Okay. No further voir dire. I renew my objection. He didn't do an accident reconstruction. He was not the accident reconstructionist. If there was one, he can testify about the black box data. And that testimony is fine. I mean, we heard it. But an opinion under 702, I object.
I say the same thing, Your Honor. A layperson can watch the videos and see there's two vehicles driving down MLK. The Trailblazer comes from a stop sign, somewhat rolls through the stop sign and gets cream, and then cars start jetting out. So I think a layperson can testify to that. It's just what you see in the video. We are now adding that with all his training experience and the downloads at speed and asking him to explain it in his opinion.
Okay, and you reviewed all of those things that you listed, correct?
The video involved in this case
Yes.
and the data from these three vehicles.
Okay.
It's under 702. It has to be helpful to the trial.
Can you speak up a little louder for me because I have the fan
Sure.
going right
Under
here.
702, the first prong is for an expert opinion to be admissible. It has to be helpful to the trier of fact, which is your honor. And I mean, you've heard everything that I think you can give. And as Mr. Behrman said, anybody can look at the video and hear the data and draw their own conclusion. I don't think an opinion under 702 is appropriate for that additional reason. It won't be helpful to the trier of fact. He downloaded the data.
He downloaded the data, but he reviewed it in conjunction with other things. I think that is what caused him or helped him to make his determination. I would assume, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, if you did not have the ability to review a video, would you have had to do a full reconstruction to determine what happened?
The video is certainly helpful or confirming. And I would phrase the answer to that question that all of the data is consistent with the videos.
Okay, why didn't you do a full reconstruction in this particular situation?
When I assist another agency like Lansing Police Department in this case, I'm assisting them to whatever level they would like assistance. So in this case, they asked me to look at the data from these, to analyze it, to make sure that it's consistent with the crash, to determine whether it's applicable to this crash.
So, since his credit, he wasn't the expert reconstructionist on this. He was just assisting.
He can still be an expert. That's why.
I
That's why he
agree.
was assisting.
I agree, but can he give expert testimony on what happened if he didn't do the reconstruction? I don't know that he can. He can tell us what he had. He can tell us based off what he reviewed, what he believed it positive. But I don't think I can accept it as an expert testimony if he was not the reconstructionist. And he only assisted and maybe watched videos.
I guess I disagree with that. I think you can have more than one expert on a case. But basically what I'm trying to do is we've seen the video and we've heard him describe the data that came from the downloads. I'm not in a position with my lack of knowledge to understand how the Delta V plays into these things and what we see on the video. So I was simply asking him to kind of just plug all that into what we see. And based upon the data that he has and then his expert opinion, does that all look like it's accurate in what happened?
I think that's a different question than your previous question was, which was for him to
tell us
how the crash occurred.
And so once we get to, okay, these two cars are driving this is what happens, these are their speeds, and then I can say from the video, does that look like what you see? Why is this, the Malibu has such a high or minus 60 to 70 Delta V, but the Jeep only has minus whatever it was. I think it was minus 18, whatever it was. What's the difference? Why is that? What are we seeing? What does that all mean? I think he's uniquely qualified to testify.
I completely agree that he could give expert testimony as it relates to how this data either coincides or conflicts with how the accident occurred. But I don't know that he can give expert testimony as to how the accident occurred if he was not the reconstructionist.
Okay, I will ask it in terms of a different way.
Okay, thank you.
Sergeant Camp, did you watch the video of the crash?
I did.
And from what you saw in the video and based on your training experience, knowledge, everything in your CV, does that video or videos comport with what the downloads that you reviewed and analyzed for us? Does it look accurate?
It does.
The speeds look accurate?
Yes, sir.
And as it pertains then to my question that I posited to the judge about the Delta V and the Malibu versus the Jeep, can you explain for us, please, why we see such great amount of speed loss in the Malibu, but not in the Jeep, based upon, and I would assume you have to look at the videos to come up with that, correct?
Not just the videos. The damage to the vehicles is also a very good indicator of how the crash occurred.
Did you see the vehicles involved?
I did.
Okay, so that was another thing that you reviewed for your assist to LPD?
Yes, sir.
And so based upon the video, the data from the downloads, and then the vehicles, were you able to figure out that everything seemed to match as far as what we see in the video?
Yes, sir.
There's no anomalies, like this number didn't make sense as it pertained to this vehicle or anything?
That's correct.
And then again, going back to the Delta V and the tremendous loss, or the substantial, I think it was the term used, loss of energy from the Malibu versus the Jeep that were both going over, let's say 95 miles per hour within seconds of the crash. Can you explain for us, please, the difference in the Delta V readings between the two vehicles?
Yes, certainly. The damage to the front of the Trailblazer. So the Trailblazer was struck on the left front corner by the Jeep. The damage to the front of the Trailblazer is across the entire front of the Trailblazer. And the entire front of the Trailblazer shifted from left to right, so from driver's side to passenger side. In addition to that, the damage to the right side of the Jeep, which struck the left front corner of the Trailblazer, is along the side of the Jeep, which indicates a side swipe collision or a glancing collision. If the Jeep had struck the Trailblazer squarely in the side, the Jeep's Delta V would have been similar to what the Malibu's Delta V ended up being. But because it was more of a side swipe or a glancing collision, the change in speed for the Jeep was much less. So it just continued it lost, in this case, about 18 miles an hour, and then continued in a similar path, although that path was deviated to the left because of steering and because of the collision with the Trailblazer.
And then, so what caused the Malibu to lose that 60 to 70 miles per hour?
After the Jeep collided with the Trailblazer, and in conjunction with some steering by the driver, the Jeep struck the Malibu, which caused the Malibu to lose control and cross into the opposing lanes of travel. The Malibu struck other vehicles, which is what caused it to lose 70 miles per hour.
Let me ask you, are you aware of who sets the speed limit for any particular road in the state of Michigan?
So that is part of my duties. In my case, it is for MDOT or M roads and highways and county roads within the 9 counties that are my responsibility. That excludes, however, cities, incorporated villages that have someone else designated to set the speed limit.
So for instance, MLK, where this crash occurred, would that be something that you would assist or come up with a speed limit for that road?
I can't remember if MLK is a state road. That would determine the answer to that. If it was a state road, then I would be responsible for it.
If it was a state road, what are the factors or things that go into determining a speed limit for a road?
Michigan law dictates how the speed limit is to be set.
Can you just stop you right there? I'm sorry. If you say Michigan law dictates that, would that be for you and for an incorporated city setting a speed limit? Would that same law affect everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. What does Michigan law dictate?
Michigan law requires the speed limit be set at the 85th percentile speed. The way that we get the 85th percentile speed is an in-person speed study. A speed study is conducted when traffic is under ideal conditions, so not congested. Traffic is flowing freely. We document the speed of, let's just use 100 vehicles. The way to get the 85th percentile is to take the speeds of 100 vehicles and just count back to 85. And then the speed limit would be set at the nearest 5 mile an hour increment of the 85th percentile. So the speed limit ends up being the upper end of what is safe and reasonable for any given roadway.
And in your consulting with the Lansing Police Department, were you made aware, did you learn or do you know the speed limit on MLK where the crash occurred?
I'm aware that it's 45 miles an hour.
And the last thing I wanted to discuss with you is to make a safe turn, let's say from an intersection or a stop sign, kind of like this somewhat T that we have at MLK and Pierce where this crash occurred. When a driver's turning left, what is the terminology, to your knowledge, of what they're judging when they're trying to figure out if the turn is safe or not?
drivers that are crossing a road or making a turn, and pedestrians judge the gap that's available to either turn into or cross the road.
So in other words, what you're saying is it's taken into consideration of the gap between your car and anything approaching or around you as to whether or not there can be a safe turn.
That's correct.
Is that then the same as judging the speed?
Not directly. When we are at a stop sign or attempting to cross a road, our judgment of which gap is safe is not based on the speed of vehicles approaching us, because it's very difficult to judge the speed of vehicles that are at a very shallow angle to us. Rather, we are gauging the speed of other vehicles on the roadway and or our knowledge of that roadway or intersection. And the normal speed of traffic on the road is what we use to judge whether we have a gap that's appropriate or not. So on a 55-mile-an-hour road, we need a bigger gap than on a 35-mile-an-hour road.
Makes sense. I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Right, Sergeant, I'm not trying to trick you at all. If you don't understand a question, I'll clarify it for you. Just let me know. I want to start with one point, and then I want to cover a little bit more explanation and context about the black box, okay? Right? Okay. The questions that Mr. Behrman just asked you about drivers crossing roads and judging gaps based on your testimony. Drivers are required and trained. Well, let me do it question by question. Drivers in Michigan are required to stop at stop signs completely. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Drivers are also trained to stop at stop signs completely. True?
Yes, sir.
All right. Want to, and obviously that's so that you can judge the speed of oncoming traffic and then make a change in direction or pulling out into traffic safely.
Well, that's contrary to what I just testified to. We're not primarily judging the speed of oncoming traffic. We're judging whether the gap that's available is appropriate for us to make a safe turn or to make a safe crossing of the road.
Based on that answer, does that mean that the speed of oncoming traffic is meaningless?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
You said gap, not speed, right?
I said that drivers are judging the gap available. They're not judging the speed of vehicles primarily.
Okay. To clarify something too, in terms of measurements of the black box, the lateral measurement is 150 milliseconds.
That's not correct. I was stating that crashes, the duration of a crash is generally within 150 milliseconds.
That's for lateral?
That would be for both longitudinal and lateral.
Okay. So you would disagree with me if I said it's longitudinal occurs in a measurement of approximately 240 milliseconds? You disagree with that proposition?
Not sure what you're asking.
You agree or disagree if I say to you, hey, that longitudinal factor of a crash occurs in 240 milliseconds?
I'm still not sure what you're asking.
Longitudinal aspect of a crash occurs in 250 milliseconds. You agree or disagree?
I would say for most crashes, 240 milliseconds is too far to take the crash pulse data, because by 240 milliseconds, most vehicles have separated completely and are no longer interacting. The exception to that would be an underride crash where a vehicle goes underneath the semi-trailer. Those are generally longer than the standard 150 milliseconds. But I would say, generally speaking, most crashes are completely over by 150 milliseconds. That is the interaction between both vehicles.
That's your opinion for this crash or the Malibu?
What is?
All right, I'm gonna move on. Let's talk about the electronic data or crash data retrieval system. I'll just call it the black box. Is that okay? If I just refer to it to the black box, do you understand that I'm talking about the crash data recorder data that you've been testifying to here?
I'm quite confused because I refer very specifically to the airbag control module. The data within the airbag control module is generally referred to as an event data recorder. That's part of the airbag control module. CDR refers to the Bosch software and hardware that's used to get that data.
Okay. So that you're not quite confused or confused at all. Bosch CDR data, if I say black box, that's what I'm talking. What you've been testifying to here today. If you want me to say Bosch CDR data, I can do that too. Just takes longer.
I'm really confused what you're asking me.
Okay. Bosch CDR data, exhibits 17, exhibit 18, and exhibit 19. We'll do it that way. Okay. Now, the data that you reviewed and testified to in 17, 18, and 19, the primary purpose of that airbag control module is not preserving the data. I think I heard you say that on direct examination. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. It's either the secondary or the tertiary purpose. In other words, it's not its primary purpose, it's purpose number 3. The primary purpose of that instrument in the car is to decide whether or not the airbag should be deployed, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the secondary purpose is to potentially record data.
That's correct.
Okay. Awesome. Let's talk about what's at page 16 on the exhibit, which is for the Malibu. I think that's exhibit 17. Can you turn to page 16?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you familiar with the history of the, can I just say, CDR? Are you familiar with the history of the CDR?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
It's part of your training. Were you trained on the advent of the CDR, why it was put in vehicles, and when it started to be used as an evidentiary device? In other words, it could give us data about a crash.
Yes, sir.
And it gives us more than just, for example, the speed of the vehicle, right?
That's correct.
It gives us categories of data like speed, as well as the RPMs, right? The engine RPMs.
Every vehicle is different, but in some vehicles, yes.
Okay, cool. Also, whether or not the brakes were applied, right?
Yes, and again, it's each vehicle or each module is different. Some of them, it's giving you the brake switch. Some vehicles will tell you when the brake lamps are on. Those can be 2 separate pieces of information.
Sure.
Some vehicles even give the brake fluid pressure.
And let's do it here. 17, 18, and 19, exhibits 17, 18, and 19. You have the category of whether or not the brakes were applied in each vehicle.
We're going to need to address one of them specifically because these 3 modules are different.
Okay, which one? You said we're going to address one of these things in.
Well, you'll have to ask me a question about one of them specifically because they're different.
We're looking at page 16 of exhibit 17. Okay. You have it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
We have the percent that the accelerator pedal was pressed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Service brake, which means whether the brakes were on or off. I think testifies to that, right?
Yes, that's referring to the brake pedal switch, which is also the switch that turns on the brake lights.
And the engine RPM, right?
Yes, sir.
The engine throttle, and I think you covered that, that's how much power is needed.
Yes, sir.
And then the speed of the vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what triggers the, I'm holding 16 page 16 of exhibit 17 right here. What triggers the module to give this data to an investigator is whether or not it detects a certain, we called it delta V, but change of speed, right?
Yes, that's correct. That's one of the triggers. In this case, there's another trigger, and that is a rollover.
I'm dealing with the pre-crash data from event one.
Yes, sir.
And that is how much speed change that module detects as a function of time, right?
Yes, sir.
In exhibit 17, page 16, what we see for the category of the amount of accelerator pedal depression, which is the first category. Your Honor, may I approach the bench? I'll publish this for the court so you can see it. All right. At 2.5 seconds pre-crash, that accelerator pedal is 26. See that number there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that means to you what?
That the gas pedal is pressed down 26%.
However, the speed of the vehicle is recorded at 92 miles per hour. Do you see that in the last column?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At 5 seconds before the event, I'm just going to say event because what it's really telling us about is that change of speed, that delta V that triggered it to preserve this information. Okay. So we see accelerator pedal is 0, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that mean his foot's not on the gas at all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the vehicle speed is 96 in that last column, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we go to 1 second before the event. The accelerator pedal is 0, so not depressed at all. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Engine speed is now 70. I'm sorry, vehicle speed.
Yes, sir.
It's fair. So the only time we see numbers, I'll say, in that accelerator pedal column is 3 seconds before is 7, right?
Not sure what you're asking me.
Sure. First column, accelerator pedal percent.
I would categorize 0 as a number, so I'm not sure.
I think I said 3 seconds before it was 7.
That's correct.
If I didn't say that, I apologize. And then after that, in a half second, it's now at 26, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Sure. At minus 2.5, the row right below is 26. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Those are the only two numbers that we see in that column for accelerated pedal, right?
I'm hesitant to agree with you because 0 is also a number. And one thing that can happen in airbag control module data is it can say NA or not applicable. So I would say there's no number. So when you're saying there's only numbers in those two rows, I would disagree. I'd say there's numbers in every single row.
There's every value except for 2 entries that reveals to you that the person appears to not have the foot on the gas pedal.
That's good.
And then we've got engine speed and we've got different numbers. That's that third column, right? See that? Engine RPM, engine speed.
Yes.
Okay. Does that suggest anything to you at all as an expert in CDR data reading?
In respect to what?
About what the driver may have observed, was doing? Does it tell you anything at all?
Could you be more specific?
No, because I'm getting tired. Let's go to a different exhibit. While I'm getting, I've got the trip. Let's go to, is 18 a Jeep Grand Cherokee, Randy?
Yes.
18. I'm going to jump off this topic for just a second because I want to cover something for the record. As part of your training as an ACTAR certified accident reconstructionist, the area of human factors, in other words, the perception and reaction time of drivers.
Yes, sir.
What they see and perceive a threat and the time it takes from perceiving a threat to reacting. Is that a fair and accurate description of the human factors discipline?
Yes.
And if you do a full accident reconstruction, that includes looking at things like witness marks from the vehicles and interviewing drivers, and everything you do to a full, in order to do a full accident reconstruction. Are you sometimes able to conclude when a driver perceived a danger and reacted in a crash? Or would it just be when a driver should have perceived a danger and reacted?
I'm going to rephrase your first question.
Okay.
As I heard it. There is often evidence that a driver did perceive a hazard and react to it. Data can give us that if there's braking or a steering maneuver, or as you mentioned, there could be marks on the roadway that would tell us.
And the evidence of when a driver may have reacted, like braking, compared to when a driver should have reacted, can be the difference between who's at fault and who's not at fault in the crash. Can you understand that question?
I'm processing. Could you rephrase?
Sure. The overall picture and things like, okay, I see braking behavior, for example, or steering behavior, based on things like a data download and or the witness marks at the scene can tell you this is when the driver perceived the hazard and reacted, right?
It can tell us when the reaction occurred. Perception is prior to that. And so the evidence wouldn't tell us inside the driver's mind when they perceived it.
And the evidence of the reaction and when they did react can be the difference between somebody being at fault and somebody being not at fault. If you disagree, that's fine.
Well, you'd have to be more specific because every single crash is different. That's a really broad statement.
Sure. And you made that point very, very thoroughly. In this case, do you think you could have been able to figure it out? No, never mind. I'm going to withdraw that question. Let's go to, what did we decide on 18? I want to go to the pre-crash data.
What page, sir?
It'll be 12 and 13, focusing mostly on 13. Sorry, 17.
Page 17, sir?
Yeah. And then look at page 18.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is pre-crash data, most recent event, table 2 of 4, right?
On page 18, yes, sir.
Okay. First column is panic brake after time, right? See that?
I'm sorry, restate.
Sure. On page 18, there are columns.
Yep.
Timestamp, panic brake.
Are you asking me if there is a column?
Yeah. I'm just trying to direct your attention to the exhibits. And there's no use of the panic brake recorded on 18 from 5 seconds pre-event to 0.1 seconds pre-event. Right?
Could you be more specific?
Sure. Every entry in the column where it says panic brake, the title is panic brake. See it? Okay. May I approach the witness?
The heading reads panic brake assist active.
And what does that mean?
That means that the vehicle has enabled and begun panic brake assist.
And then the next,
I guess I just wanted clarification, more an objection, but there's more to the column than just panic brake assist active, right? There's something in parentheses under that.
If equipped, I think he said that.
I don't recall him saying it. So I just wanted to make sure the record was complete.
Every entry here is no.
Every entry where
every entry in this column is no.
This is the first one. I don't have any. I have no clue what they're looking at anyway, so the record will reflect that.
Here, can I hand you a copy of?
Yes, thank you.
Page 18 of exhibit 18. Every entry is no.
in column number 2, yes, every entry is no.
And then can you turn the page?
To which page, sir?
Turn the page. It's just the next page. Turn the page means the successive page.
Could you give me a page number, sir?
Page 19.
I'm on page 19.
This has certain categories of data as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the second column after timestamp is steering input.
Yes, sir.
And what's the complete entry there?
Would you mind looking at your own copy?
Oh, okay. Sorry. We just didn't seem to be.
You
on
need
the
this
same-
one back?
No, I've
Oh,
got
okay.
it. We just didn't seem to be on the same page, so I wanted to make sure the point from when I was looking at. Okay, we're on page 19.
Yes, sir.
Okay, steering input. It says DEG, which means degree.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if equipped, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we see values there, which means that, does that mean it must be equipped?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we can tell you what the driver was doing with respect to trying to steer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at minus 0.3, we see the number 39, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the next entry, minus 0.2, we see 88.
Yes, sir.
And then next entry, minus 0.1, we see 114.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that mean, can you tell if the person was steering to the left or to the right based on that?
That would be left steering.
Okay. And why is that?
How do I know it's
Yes.
left steering? The data limitations tell us that positive numbers are counterclockwise and negative numbers are clockwise.
Okay. So where we see every entry before from minus 0.5 back up to the top at minus 5.0, we see negative numbers, but I would not describe these numbers as very big. I mean, does this mean it's basically driving straight down the road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we see a change from minus 0.4 at 5, then 39, 88, 114. Does that mean the person is taking an evasive maneuver? Do you know what I mean when I say evasive?
So I would say yes, but I would add the caveat that it really depends on what speed the vehicle is going. So those are large numbers at this speed. At a slower speed, they would not be. So it's very speed dependent.
And I think we need to make a record. I mean, this vehicle is the one that was doing, 100 miles an hour right up through the event.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you mean when you say these numbers for the degree of input. These are large numbers in the context of the speed of this vehicle.
That's correct.
Okay. I take it that you would not be able to draw any conclusion or give any opinion about the Malibu, if the Malibu was on the left side of the Jeep, right, at that moment in time, whether or not the driver of the Malibu could have anticipated or seen that left evasive maneuver by the Jeep.
I'm not sure how to answer that. You said at that moment of time, so I'm not sure which moment in time you're talking about.
Sure. We'll just do where we see the numbers go at negative 0.5 through negative 0.1. I mean, that kind of an evasive steering move with the driver on the left side of that vehicle, be able to anticipate that. If you know, if you can say. If you can't say, it's fine.
I'm confused as to the question. Are you asking if the driver could see the steering wheel being turned?
If the Malibu driver is on the left, I think we've established the Malibu is on the left of the Jeep, right?
Yes, sir.
Because we gotta look at the videos. So the driver of the Malibu would not have been able to see that sharp, that evasive, that much of a turn in his direction within that time frame at that speed.
I think it's important to clarify that the change in steering wheel angle does not, there's a delay before it produces a change in the vehicle's orientation. So I can turn, especially at that speed, I can turn the wheel very quickly. And in that short of a time period, there would be nothing noticeable.
Okay. So with that caveat, I think are you testifying that the driver of the Malibu on the left wouldn't have been able to anticipate that vehicle coming his way? The Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Yeah, I'm having trouble with how general the question is because it really depends on which vehicle is in front, which direction they're looking. So I'm not sure what you want me to answer.
And that's a good point. You saw the videos, right? Right? Did you see the videos?
I did.
Okay. And at the moment of impact of the Jeep and the Malibu, the Jeep is farther ahead of the Malibu. In other words, it's farther south of the Malibu.
There are multiple videos, so I don't want to answer that specifically without looking at the video right now. I don't remember with enough detail to answer that question.
I wouldn't dare try to play a video right now. Okay. And without doing a full-on accident reconstruction and looking for debris and yaw marks and braking marks, you could use an accident reconstruction to tell you the relationship between the two vehicles at the point of impact between the Jeep and the Malibu, right?
Could you repeat
Sure.
the question?
Are you able to give testimony to this court, the relationship in terms of who is farther ahead, the Jeep or the Malibu, who is farther south, based on what you've done in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I think 19 would be the Blazer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach? I've got a
Okay.
copy of the exhibit. It's marked defendant speed. It's 19.
Thank you.
Okay, Exhibit 19, page 3, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have pre-crash data.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The first box is parameter, and I think that's just describing the categories, is that
Yes, sir.
correct? All right. Vehicle speed and MPH, engine speed and RPM, percent throttle, and brake switch circuit, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this the one that's a little different, or are you able to discern in this last entry whether or not the brakes were applied?
The brake switch circuit state is when the brake pedal is pressed, activating the switch that also turns on the brake lights.
Okay. And so we've got vehicle speed, engine speed, percent throttle. And this vehicle essentially does, if I can use a colloquialism, a rolling stop.
You're asking about the vehicle based on the speeds?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and play defense exhibit A? Can we do that? I think I have to approach the witness because the
Because of
Zoom is
the
not working.
lag.
This has been admitted as defense exhibit A. Is it okay if I put
Sure.
it here? Okay. Which play button, Randy? The one that's
Got it? No.
I think he's helping.
Would it help if I do it?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, can you play that one more time? And I want you to pay attention to the southbound Malibu and Jeep, please.
Judge, would it help if we turn that a little bit more towards you?
Yes.
Go ahead and turn it.
You want to start it again?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Hey, thanks for the assist.
You're welcome.
We're working together. Did you notice in Exhibit A that the vehicle in the travel lane, the rightmost lane, that Jeep was farther south or ahead of the Malibu?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that also consistent with what the Bosch crash data retrieval data showed you?
No, sir.
Okay. What I mean by that is the Jeep, the driver of the Jeep kept the pedal down. I'll just use colloquialism instead of percent throttle, accelerated percent. Had the pedal down and was maintaining a speed of about 100, 101 miles an hour through the event, while the Malibu was losing speed and the gas, the driver's foot was off the gas. Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, yes. Your initial question was, does the data tell us which vehicles are ahead? And I would say, no, it does not, because it depends on where the data starts. So you can't line up both sets of data at time 0 and go backwards from there. They begin at different times.
Yep. I got you. Absolutely. When you compare the data in the context of looking at Exhibit A, isn't it pretty clear that the Malibu is speeding ahead of the, I'm sorry, the Jeep is speeding ahead of the Malibu?
I would say that fact is based on the video and completely independent from the data, because the data doesn't line up those reports.
Sure, I understand what you're saying. The data from the two different vehicles, you can't say when that data started recording, right? I think you explained that. We're good. Thank you. Now, I started, before I showed you the video, I'd asked you about whether or not the Blazer did a rolling stop. Pretty clear to the rolling stop.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple more things. Were you asked to look at the video before doing the data downloads? Do you recall?
I don't.
Do you know which you did first?
I don't recall. I'm almost certain that I received the video afterward, but I can't tell you for certain.
Why would it have been important to look at the video if you downloaded the data?
Would you rephrase?
Sure. Was it important to look at the video after you did this very thorough data download and analysis?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Redirect.
Brief, very much so.
Okay.
Sergeant, you were asked about Exhibit 17, page 18. I'm sorry, page. You were. Exhibit 18, page 18.
Yes, sir.
The panic brake assist active.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
For vehicles that are equipped with some type of a ability to build brake pressure on their own, which is necessary for stability control. Those vehicles often have a way to gauge how quickly the brake pedal is being pressed. And if a brake pedal goes from 0% to full braking, so pressed very quickly, the system is designed to boost the brake pressure. So it's sensing that the driver wants to brake in a panicked manner or in an emergency maneuver, and it boosts the pressure using that same pump.
You were asked a lot of questions about that column and the fact that it says no all the way down the page. Does that mean that it wasn't engaged or it's not equipped or something else?
I don't know the answer to that.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Can I get you the exhibits, Judge?
Yes, please. I think that's so I have. Thank you, Sergeant. Yeah. Thank you. How many other witnesses do the people have? No, there's no.
I don't think any additional.
Are there going to be any witnesses from the defense?
Yes.
Okay, We need to take a break because I need to handle a civil matter that was scheduled at 1:30, and then we'll call your witnesses.
Thank you. And then I think the court may have the original that I marked.
The one that you gave me?
Yes.
They're right here.
Thank you.
I think this is your B, this is your, all three of these are for you. Yep. Thank you. On the record in the matter of SMTS Real Estate Group versus Gabriel Norris, 26-00685. Counsel, can I have your appearance, please?
Ivan Darling appearing on behalf of SMTS Real Estate Group. And I have a representative from SMTS sitting to my right.
Okay, and then I have Mr. Norris. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Gabriel Norris here as the defendant.
Okay, this was a motion scheduled for motion to stop eviction. This was after there was a conditional dismissal that was entered. I think the past due rent was $6,165.50. Then it was supposed to pay $4,900. Let's see. On or before April 30th, and the defendant was supposed to pay the remaining balance. This plaintiff shall accept a promise to pay by a third-party agency that agrees to timely pay all or part of defendant's balance, no late fee to accrue if timely made. Plaintiff shall timely adjust the ledger to reflect the balance into D. And let's see. We did receive a request from the plaintiff with an application for eviction. Let's see my signature on it. Let's see. April 22nd. That's what and I see that I signed the request on the April 20th. Was the $4,900 not turned over to the plaintiff?
Oh, it was. Sorry.
Go ahead.
It was paid on, I'm pretty sure April 3rd.
It was paid on
directly
April 3rd.
to my landlord.
That's correct, counsel.
That is correct. The 4,900 was paid. It wasn't the rest of the amount, and then the monthly rent after that was not paid.
Right. When I paid the $4,900 to my landlord, I wasn't completely aware in the agreement that April's rent that's normally due on the 16th of every month was also due on the 6th. I made the $4,900 payment ahead of time, and I requested from the landlord that if he could wait until the 16th, at least for the regular rent payment, and I was obviously going to pay the last payment at the end of the month. And he didn't seem too keen on the idea, but he told me to seek additional resources at that point. So, and I've been constantly pursuing my ability to cure the balance. So I've been able to a few times now. I've just been trying to figure that out with them.
Okay, so have you paid an additional balance since then?
No, and only because with the language on one of these documents, with I think the writ, or not the writ, one of your judgments was to pay the $1,265 or whatever was owed at the time. It said it won't accept partial payment, but the verbiage in there also said that if I were to pay, that also doesn't bar the landlord from using the writ that was already filed against me they could still evict me right away and have throw me to the curb pretty much. So I've been trying to get their agreement on a stipulated order to cure the balance, and I have a check today to cure the balance of what I think is at the time with May, which I had the last hearing of 3,000 something, 3,655.
Okay, so you're saying you owe 3,000 and what right now?
3,665 is the total for the rest of the balance that was owed for the April rent, the rest of the balance from the conditional dismissal, and then also May's rent. So that would
Okay,
bring me
you
all the
have-
way current.
You have the check for that now.
I do.
Okay, and you said the reason why you didn't turn it over is because the language in the document that I signed on April 22nd.
Yeah, so I've been trying to get their agreement that they wouldn't use the writ against me. We've gone back and forth with them trying to reinstate a new conditional dismissal. That would just pretty much give them like a no notice mechanism for any future disputed defaults since I'm towards the end of my lease. And that's something that I did not agree on recently. So they decided just to come and get your judgment, I guess.
Okay, I have not signed, never actually signed the request for order of eviction, so they don't have a writ to use against you. And the
Okay.
reason why I wouldn't sign it at this point is because you did pay almost $5,000. It's a large sum of money. And so
Right.
you have the other amount of money to turn over today.
I do.
Your Honor,
Is that?
can I interrupt? I do believe that the order is signed.
What order?
There's an order of eviction that was signed on April's order of eviction on April 22nd of 2026. It's the second part of the request for the entry, and then the second part is the order of eviction. It is signed.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I see
actually
an
why I went to
application
file
eviction
my.
order. The one in my file is unsigned by me. So I don't know what happened either way. If there's a motion to stop the eviction and I set it aside or I stop the eviction, that stops the eviction. They can't use the writ.
Okay.
That happens. I'm in the middle of a exam that's been going all day. I'm going to reset this hearing. You're going to pay your rent today. Your balance is going to be zero. And then the previously issued writ can be quashed then. If it's not zero, I won't be quashing anything. Okay?
Okay. That's all I needed to know. I have that on the record.
Yeah, that was what was written in your request, essentially. Your motion to stop the eviction was that you were waiting for the court to assist you so that you can pay the balance. And so I think that the landlord wants the money, and you want your place to stay. So let me reset this.
June 4th at 9.
June 4th at 9 a.m.
Now, once I pay this, wouldn't that pretty much end the case? The case would be closed. And what's this last
If your
hearing for?
balance is zero, yes, if the balance is zero, then that will resolve the matter.
Your Honor, can I request, we have tried to work with the defendant. From what I see, we do have a valid writ. He did default. Can we really want to move forward with the eviction. I mean, do we have to set it aside? I mean, I really want to hear that motion. I don't really see that he had grounds or just cause to set it aside. The order that I see is signed. In my head, I think that it's valid. So we are actually asking my client, I want to motion to deny his order to set aside.
Yeah, I already granted it. Anything else you want to put on the record? I'm setting it aside so that he can pay his past due rent. Your client has already accepted $5,000. And this is a case where there was no supplemental complaint filed. This was a possession only. You took the money. If you wanted him out, you shouldn't have taken the money, the $4,900. You should have kept not taking the money and then you could have move forward a different direction. But you took the money as if you had a money judgment. And so he can, and he needed at that time only another $1,200 to be current. Since the filing of that, his rent has accrued again. And if I was in his position, I would have held it too, because I don't know if you guys are going to kick me out after I just given you all of this money, which is almost, if we take the $4,900 that he paid plus the $3,060 that he's about to pay, we're talking about over $8,000 that you are pocketing, and then he's got to go find another place. And so, no, that was unfair. If you didn't even file for a money judgment in this case. So I'm resetting this. He's going to go pay his balance down to zero because he had the money when he filed the motion, the motion to stay the eviction. He had the money then, at least that's what he represented in his motion. And then he just was not able to or willing to pay it unless he got some assurance that he would not be then evicted after that money was accepted. I think that he made a good decision doing that, because it sounds like what you and your client are saying is that you was going to take the money and still evict him.
No, if the money was on time, we're okay with evict him and he essentially keep the money, because we think we're gonna end up here in 2 months anyways.
Yeah, he looks like he misunderstood the language as it was written in the conditional dismissal, which was that he was supposed to pay the $4,900 plus an additional month's rent. And that I think that the language could have been a little bit clearer the way it was drafted. I read it myself, so I understand where there could have been some confusion. But it's also been some good faith efforts on his part for him to come up with this money. He's been in communication with your client, and your client has represented to him, go and find some other ways to help, come up with the rest of this money. I'm not accepting any more money. You're late, you get out. That wasn't the communication.
And we did communicate, Your Honor. We did communicate. And if you look, he defaulted on the 6th. We waited till the 22nd because we waited extra time for him to get the money. We were in communication. It didn't happen. We set the default. We put the default in, and then he said, well, I got this much. And then it accrued, more money came. It was the day before there was going to be another 1,000 came. Plus, this is all money that he owed for already living in the premises. It's not. But
that's the whole point of we agreed. That's the whole point of the conditional dismissals, because there was money that was already owed. And he agreed that he was going to pay $4,900 plus his rent moving forward. That's my understanding.
And he didn't do that. He didn't pay anything since that $4,900. We gave him an extra 2 weeks after that to try to get it together. Still didn't get it. Right before the end of the month, when it was going to increase again, I asked him if he had everything, and he still didn't tell me that he had the full amount yet. And then last time when we came in to try to agree with this, I thought we were under some type of understanding, but then when we left, he came to us with different terms that we did not agree upon. And now we're actually worried about holdover and all of this. And we just want to stop it now, because we're going to end up.
I don't know what you're worried about. I don't know what that means, but nonetheless, he's got his rent now. He can go ahead and pay the rent, and that will resolve this matter. Any additional matters for this record?
Representative from my client wants to know, is it being ordered that he pays it today?
Absolutely.
I have a check from a third party. Just in the original conditional dismissal said that they would accept a third party payment this time. $4,900.
It is stated that the plaintiff will accept a promise to pay from a third party agency. Either way, you go and pay the rent, and that resolves the matter.
All right. Also, I do want to put one last thing on the record. That conditional dismissal was drafted by him and his attorney. They were their terms that they defaulted on. It was their draft, and it was all of them. We're just trying to enforce our rights here. And I'm just putting that out there. Any misunderstanding, that was his attorney. We agreed to it as written. His attorney drafted it. They drafted it, not us.
Okay.
My attorney is no longer representing me.
Thank you. And legal services is not present today, obviously, after the entry of this order. They no longer follow the case. And so Ms. Oliver is not here, one way or the other, to agree or dispute anything that you just put on the record, Mr. Darling. But nonetheless, the court order is entered. And so I will withdraw the writ that was signed. It's quashed. And then if he does not pay the rent that passed due that's amount today, as he has agreed or stated in his filing that he had, if he doesn't pay that today, then I'll sign the unsigned one that's sitting in there with the request for an eviction.
All right, understood, Your Honor.
You got to pay it today, Mr. Norris. You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
We're back on the record, and defense can present their witnesses.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, the defense calls Melanie Salcido. Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury. You can have a seat. Okay, everything stated in the courtroom must be recorded, so I need you to keep your voice loud and clear, okay?
Okay.
If there's an objection, you'll stop speaking. I'll make a ruling on that objection, and then I'll tell you if you can give us the answer or not. All of the answers to yes or no questions need to be verbalized. They can't be head nods or head shakes, okay?
Yes.
Okay, please state your first and last name and spell both.
Melanie, Melanie, Salcedo, Saucedo.
Thank you. Ms. Salcido, if you could just kind of keep your voice up for the benefit of the court reporter and for the judge, because there's that plexiglass thing between the two of you, okay?
Yes.
All right, then perfect. You have to say at least a yes or a no, just like that. And then if you don't understand my question, can you just let me know that? I'll try to clarify it for you.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm going to take you to April 24th of last year. That's why we're here, of course, right?
Yes.
Okay. You were involved in a traffic crash, is that right?
Yes.
And I'm glad you weren't hurt any worse for your kids. You remember that you were driving your vehicle a little before 8:30?
Yes.
Where were you?
On the corner of Pierce and MLK, or where was I prior to?
No, exactly.
Okay.
Thanks for making me clarify it.
Okay.
Were you on Pierce going eastbound, approaching MLK?
Yes.
And do you remember what happened?
Yes.
Can you describe for us in detail what you did as you approached that stop? There's a stop sign there, right?
Yes.
Explain in detail what you did as you approached the stop sign.
As I was approaching the corner of Pierce and MLK, based on past experiences, I know that when you look to the left at the corner, you can't see anything. It's all poles. You can't see anything until you go forward. And so I had actually stopped back at the beginning of the parking lot to the left. And there were no cars in the parking lot. So I was able to clearly see a mile and a half to the left. And what I saw was a completely clear road at the time. And I saw that there were no cars at the corner of Mary and MLK, which would have been the street right next to Pierce. And that means that if there are no cars there, then nobody will be turning right at that time, which means when I go to the stop sign, I shouldn't have any cars to deal with or to look out for. And that's what I was looking for when I was approaching Pierce. When I got to Pierce,
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So when you say Mary Street,
Yes.
is Mary Street to the north or to the south?
It would be to the north.
And if you're traveling east, you would be looking to your left then?
Yes.
Okay.
Across the parking lot that is also to my left. It was completely empty at the time.
And you testified that you completely stopped at the beginning of the parking lot.
Yes, there's entrance to the parking lot I didn't stop completely. I had slowed down because I was approaching here or MLK. And I wanted to make sure that there was no traffic to the left. And at that time, I also saw that the light at Mary and MLK had just turned yellow and was about to turn red. And I approached MLK, and at the stop sign, I stopped, the car went back, and I moved forward because the building to the right makes it difficult to see, and the poles to the left make it difficult for visual. So
Sure.
I-
And which direction were you going to turn? if any?
I was turning left.
Okay.
I was going towards Kroger.
And so does that mean that you wanted to look to your right because you needed to see traffic that was traveling north as well as traffic traveling south? Is that what I
Yes.
understand?
Yes. And when I got to the corner of Pierce,
I don't want to forget to cover this. Is there a stop line there before the crosswalk? Do you know what I mean when I say stop line?
not that I can recall,
Okay. Is there a crosswalk?
at the corner of Pierce and MLK,
Correct.
crosswalk, are you referring to just people crossing the street?
A perpendicular set of white lines for pedestrians to walk inside as they cross the street. That's good.
Not that I could recall.
Okay.
Um,
So I was just going to see if I could get a frame of reference for you as to when exactly, at what point you exactly came to stop. That's all I was trying to do.
before the stop sign, not in front of the stop sign, not after I had stopped abruptly before the car pushed back or the car settled back and I moved forward. Because before, if you stop before the stop sign, you cannot see to the left or to the right. And so you have to move forward, which is why approaching Pierce or approaching MLK, driving down Pierce, I saw over the park, when I looked to the left over the parking lot, I saw that there were no cars. There was absolutely no traffic. And there were two cars around where Kroger's is.
Which direction?
And to the left. And as I said, as I was approaching, the light was yellow. On MLK, for traffic going north to south, the light turned yellow at Marion MLK.
Did you think then you had clearance to be able to pull out and make that left turn, both traffic from the north as well as traffic from the south?
I don't generally like to make assumptions because there could be anything, could be somebody turning, there could be anything happening. So I don't generally like to make assumptions. At that corner, you have to move forward. So I did feel that based on the fact it is around 8 o'clock, there's not a lot of traffic. And I saw ahead of time that there weren't any cars at the light, nor were there any cars or traffic approaching the light. So I did feel relatively as safe as can be, making a decision to be able to pull forward. When I looked to the right, I saw that Jolly had just turned green and the traffic was coming from that light. I looked across the street and I saw that the person that had stopped at that stop sign across the street, they were on their phone, so they were still figuring out where they were going. And that's when I started to move forward to turn left. And that's when all of a sudden I saw something from the left side and I wasn't able to see how fast that something was coming towards me. Before it crashed into me. And from the video that I saw that was made available to the public via whatever.
Don't testify to that because it's,
Okay.
we'll stop it there. So there was a collision.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Good job. After the collision, do you remember talking to police officers?
No.
Does that mean you wouldn't remember making any statements to any of the police officers?
I don't recall the statements that were made after the accident. The only thing that I remember clearly was that my son thought that I was dead and he kept screaming that I was dead. My baby was screaming. This lady had come up and
Without saying what somebody said, somebody.
no,
approached you?
this lady come up and she helped me calm him down. And I was focused on whether or not they were hurt
All right.
and what had just happened.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
You may.
Yeah, Miss Salcido, I need that. My screensaver came up, which means my. That's what. Okay. I'm gonna play for you what's been admitted as Exhibit A in this case. You recognize this is the stop sign at MLK and Pierce.
Yes.
Play it just a little. Is that for you? Play. I'm sorry if that's traumatic, but I just played Exhibit A for 14 seconds, the video. Did you recognize your blazer there?
Yes.
You believe that that's you driving that
Yes.
blazer? And this is basically the accident in this case?
Yes.
Couple more questions, we're getting there. Yes? Exhibit 18 is a download of data from your vehicle. It's evidence in this case. It has your vehicle speed 2.5 seconds through 0.5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm gonna object. I don't know that this witness can testify as to what that is at all.
Well,
I don't know if that's what his question was.
yeah, right, that's correct.
What-
If
So your objection is her testifying as to that?
Yes.
I don't know what he's gonna ask us, so I don't know if I can
Yeah,
rule in your
I'll
objection
finish
at
the
this
question.
point.
Would you disagree that the slowest that you went as you approached and went through that intersection we've been talking about is 5 miles an hour?
I don't think that she can testify to that. I think she can testify to if she was watching the speedometer, or she knows that way. But I don't think she can testify.
MRE 701, witnesses estimate speeds all the time. I think she can attempt to estimate the speed.
I think she can estimate if she knows. Specifically as it relates to the testimony she just gave. She gave a lot of detail about observing what other people were doing in their cars, and someone was looking at their phone, and someone was, so then she should be able to give us some explanation, if possible, about what speed she would have been going. So your objection's over.
Okay. You disagree that 5 miles per hour is the slowest that you were going through that intersection?
Yes. When you say through the intersection, do you mean past the stop sign
Fair enough.
or approaching the stop sign?
So-
What are we?
The data that we have from your car is minus approximately 2.5 seconds
Mhm.
before the collision.
Okay.
Right, so that's the basis for the question. So let's break it down this way for you. As you approach the stop sign, is it your opinion that you were going slower than 5 miles per hour?
Yes.
All right. And then as you went through the stop sign, how fast you were going?
I can't imagine. My focus was mainly on who was coming from the right and the left and what was going on during traffic.
You gave testimony about looking to the right. We've been talking about looking to the left and looking from the south. Let's go to the other direction, to the right. You gave some testimony about the light. I think a Jolly just turned green.
Yes.
Okay. And is it your testimony that you think you had plenty of space to execute a left turn across the 2 lanes of southbound through the turn lanes and onto northbound Milton?
According to normal speeds, according to the legal speed, yes.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Ms. Esposito, I have Defense Exhibit A, and it's paused at 7 seconds in. Can you see that from there?
Yes.
Okay. Where your vehicle is right now, safe to say that it's just before the stop sign.
Yes.
You look to the right, what do you see? From where you're at right now, behind the stop sign.
You can see down Jolly, or down to almost Jolly.
From the position that the vehicle is right now?
No.
Okay, why can't you see down? I'm okay, from the position your vehicle is right now.
There's a building.
Okay. And when you're saying when you look to the left, the pools are in the way from where you're at right now.
Yeah, there's also signs.
What kind of signs?
They're signs for businesses.
Okay.
Business signs, so it makes it difficult to see from the road when you get to the corner.
So we're stopped right now, just before the stop sign at 7 seconds into that video. Do you see any oncoming traffic on MLK?
No.
You say that you had to pull up in order to be able to see whether or not the road was clear all the way, both north and south. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. We have Defense Exhibit A now paused at 8 seconds. Fair to say that you're now past the stop sign?
Yes.
Can you now look to see to the right down MLK?
Yes.
From where the positioning is right now?
Yes.
And is this when you see the light at Jolly and MLK turn green?
Yes.
Okay. And you can see, how far down can you see MLK to the north? No, to the south. Towards Mary. How far down can you see towards Mary?
Towards Mary?
From where you're at right now?
That is not that is a lot higher up. So from the camera's perspective, you can see a lot further.
Yes.
But when you are in that position, you can't see very far. I can't even determine, because honestly, I haven't been on that road since the accident. I just recall that I have to pull almost to the middle of the first lane in order to clearly see to the left.
At which point did you see the light at Mary and MLK turn yellow? Were you before the stop sign or after?
Way before. I wasn't even in view of the camera at that time because I had slowed down prior to approaching the corner. And that's when I look at the traffic. That's the best place to look at oncoming traffic.
And that's the parking lot that we see to the left, that's what you're looking through?
Yes.
Through traffic. Okay. So by the time we get to where you're at pause at 8 seconds in this video, is it fair to say that you would have assumed by that point the light was red?
I saw the light turn red as I was approaching, but like right before I had gotten to the stop sign, so if this is the parking lot, this is the entrance to the parking lot where I slowed down and saw the light turn yellow. When I was about here, right before I came into view, I saw that the light had just switched red and there still wasn't any traffic that was approaching the light, nor was there anybody sitting at the light on Mary.
And at this point, at pause at 8 seconds in, can you see any oncoming traffic on MLK? And looking at what we're looking at right now, can you see any?
No.
Okay. Now, based on your testimony, safe to say you were paying attention to each direction.
Yes.
You felt you had a good grasp on what was happening on the road that day.
Yes.
Did you have any reason to believe that anybody would be traveling at excess of 90 miles an hour down MLK?
No, I haven't experienced that before.
Prior to this day, had you driven on Pierce towards MLK before?
Yes.
So you're very familiar with how that, your vantage point and your viewpoint on Pierce and MLK?
Yes.
Based on those past experiences, that's what led you to make your decision in this case?
Yes, yes.
By the time that you saw the vehicles coming from your driver's side, were you able to avoid the crash in any way?
No.
If you had seen the vehicles approaching you and had known that they were going in excess of 90 miles an hour, would you have tried to make that turn?
No. Well, even if the car is approaching a red light at excessive amount or excessive speed, there would have been no way to determine at that speed the amount of time that it takes to get down a road is literally half the time than the 45 miles per hour, even at 50, that they weren't in view at all.
Now, were you injured at all in this crash?
I had a concussion.
And what about your children? Were they injured?
No.
Did you ever seek treatment for your concussion?
I'm still waiting for a neurologist.
That's been ongoing since this crash back in April of last year.
Yes.
Redirect.
Ms. Salcido, oh, getting there, almost done. It's not very far from Mary Street to Pierce, right? Yes.
Yes.
That's okay.
It's not.
No problem. About 330 feet.
If you say so.
Okay. Do you know how long it would take a car traveling 45 miles an hour to go from Mary to Pierce?
Based on the footage, it took the car.
Not based on the footage. Car going 45 miles an hour.
I'm not a mathematician.
Okay, no problem. I figured you'd say that. It's exactly what my 16-year-old would say. Okay, if I may approach it again, I'm gonna show you Defense Exhibit A. And I've got it queued to 11 seconds running time. Okay? All right. 11 seconds, see that?
Got it.
Okay. You see your Blazer is about to have a collision with a Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Okay.
All right. In this exhibit, I don't see the traffic light. Can you point it out to me? Go ahead. If you break it, I'll put it in for insurance.
This one.
You have to speak up.
Okay. This is the business on the corner of Marion MLK. The traffic light should be right here, but it doesn't look like it's very obvious in this video.
Let me show the court and let me make a record. So you agree with me? You pointed to this white structure right here?
That white structure is a business.
Yep.
That is after Mary Street, on the corner of Kavanaugh and MLK.
Can I see?
What I had pointed to was closer to the gas station.
But that's where you think is the general area of the traffic light, even if you can't really see it on the video here.
It's possible, but it is difficult to make that statement in viewing it from that perspective.
Yeah, sometimes the video is not super clear. Or,
right.
Yeah.
Just so I'm clear, you're saying that there's a traffic light at Kavanaugh and MLK? Or where are you saying there's a traffic light?
Mary turns into Kavanaugh. There's a traffic light there.
Okay. This went back to 8 seconds. Okay, and that's your blazer just getting past the stop sign. The nose of the blazer is about even with the sidewalk on MLK. Okay. That's 3 seconds. Stop. I stopped it well a little past it. Okay, agreed? Yes.
I didn't look at the time. You said that's 3 seconds. It's 11 now, but if you rewind it. From what time are you referencing?
Are we at 8? Does that say 8?
That's 9.
That's 9. Okay. Is that 8? Yes?
Yes, yes, that's 8 seconds.
All right. So 8 seconds to 11 seconds. Do it one more time. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
However, from that perspective, you cannot see to the left. Where you have it at 8 seconds, you can't see to the left at that.
You remember if anybody that night had you give blood for a blood draw?
I recall a lot of tests were done.
You remember a blood draw?
I don't.
Thank you. Nothing further.
May this witness be excused?
Yes. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Alcino.
you. Any additional witnesses?
No further proofs.
Any rebuttal witnesses?
Bind over argument, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people asked for bind over as the charges are contained in the complaint as to count 1, reckless driving causing death. Count 2, reckless driving causing serious impairment of body function. The testimony, the clear part of the testimony that we heard today is that this happened in the city of Lansing, Union County, and that multiple witnesses identified Mr. Velasquez-Hicks as the person operating the Chevy Malibu. There was actually testimony of him admitting to operating the Chevy Malibu. What we have, Your Honor, is testimony indicating that there were 2 vehicles driving on MLK in the city of Lansing. For lack of a better way of stating it, let's just go with they're both going over 95 miles per hour in a 45 mile per hour zone. That there is a crash when we see the trailblazer pulling off of Pierce Street. That causes a chain reaction crash that ultimately kills Jaden Velasquez-Hicks, who was the passenger in the Malibu. The testimony is that the defendant was actually ejected through the windshield, ended up in the bed of a pickup truck on the scene, and luckily was okay. But that the court has the autopsy report indicating that blunt force trauma from a motor vehicle, as the medical examiner determines an accident, was the cause of death. So I believe that the death part of the element of reckless driving causing death has been met. As far as the serious impairment of the body function, the court is in receipt of medical records and written testimony from Mr. Dahar Machi, indicating that he had two fractures to his ankle, that he was non-weight bearing, that he had to have surgery and is scheduled to have another surgery. People cite to the jury instruction, which also cites to MCL 257.58C as to what a serious impairment is. And one of the, although it's stated not in an all-inclusive list, one of them is a skull fracture or other serious bone fracture. People would submit to the court that having a multiple fractures or double fracture ankle requiring multiple surgeries would be a serious impairment and a serious bone fracture. And so the people would ask for bind over as to count 2 with regard to the serious impairment of a bodily injury. As it pertains to the reckless driving, Your Honor, it's jury instruction 15.14A, reckless driving causing death or serious impairment of the body function. The first element is that the defendant drove a motor vehicle on a highway or other place open to the public or generally accessible to motor vehicles. I don't know if there's any challenge to that. We see it in the video. There's driving down Martin Luther King here in the city. Second, the defendant drove the motor vehicle in a willful or wanton disregard for the safety of persons or property. Willful or wanton disregard means more than simple carelessness, but does not require proof of an intent to cause harm. It means knowingly disregarding the possible risks to the safety of people or property. And so when we look at what occurred here, 96 miles per hour in a 45 mile per hour zone on a street that I would submit to the court, every block down MLK has a new impediment, a new source of danger with crossroads, with pedestrians, with other traffic. And that we heard testimony today from Sergeant Camp about how speed limits are set and that it's the 85th percentile of the maximum speed that traffic goes that allows for and accommodates these safety concerns with regard to other traffic and traffic moving in a safe manner. In this case, it's not a situation where you have, they were doing 60 in a 45. This is over 95 miles per hour in a 45 mile per hour zone. We were testimony just now from Ms. Salcedo, who said that she looked and couldn't see anyone and started to go and got hit by the cars going at that excessive speed. We heard testimony from Sergeant Camp that drivers are not perceiving speed when they make turns, it's the gap. And when you look and you see the gap, you start to turn because the gap is a safe distance from any traffic coming, but that gap is closed in on by these defendants driving as people submit in this reckless manner. So I believe that the reckless part of the elements have been met by this excessive speed and the disregard for cross traffic that was evident here. And then obviously the last element is the injuries and the death, which I've already alluded to. So people would seek bind over as it pertains to counts 1 and 2, and obviously reserve the right to comment after Mr. Nichols makes his argument. Thank you.
Counsel.
Your Honor, I rely on principally People versus Diesel. And the issue is intervening superseding cause. I think the placement of the criminal jury instructions is 15.16 for reckless driving causing death. I think substantively, Mr. Berman covered most of the elements of the offense. But the third element of reckless driving causing death is that the operation was not only the factual cause, in other words, what we call.
I have, just to be clear, I do have 15.14A as well.
Okay. If substantively they're different, let me know. But here's the key part. The cause has to be more than just the factual cause or the but-for cause, but it must also be a proximate cause. That is, the death or serious injury was a direct and natural result of operating a vehicle. So in the Fiesel case, that's just one of many cases that discuss and describe the concept of proximate cause. And it's that there's a break, an attenuation between the conduct of the accused and the injury. And our argument here is that the break in that chain is what you see in Exhibit A and what you heard, I think it was 17, 18, or 19, whichever one was the Trailblazers data. Minus 2.5 seconds, she's at 7 miles an hour. Minus 2 seconds, she's at 5 miles an hour. And you can see, if you relate it back to the collision, I mean, this is her pulling into and through that stop sign at Pierce and okay. She didn't stop. Whether or not she would have otherwise had seen the vehicles, regardless of the vehicle speed, she was clearly pretty close to those vehicles when she pulled out of the intersection. I think they were probably at or south of at least Mary Street, which is pretty close, as you can see in Exhibit A. That conduct by Ms. Salcido, and I mean, she doesn't, I'm sure she didn't intend this crash, I'm sure she didn't mean it, no ill will, but that's what ultimately led to the injury, the death of Jaden and the injury of the other gentleman who was identified in the second count.
Just so I'm clear, you're saying because she did a rolling stop is what caused the injury and the accident?
Oh, I think it was more extreme than a rolling stop. I mean, she just rolled right through the slowest she.
Even if if she blew through the stop sign, you're saying that's what caused the accident?
It was a break in the chain of causation.
Okay.
It's a break, I mean, I would not deny that there's a but-for cause that is the result of the danger that's created by the excessive speed. If I acknowledge, right, if I'm standing in front of this court, I'm not contesting the facts for purposes of the exam and the argument, let's say Mr. Velasquez-Hicks was the driver. He was going as fast as 98, 99 miles an hour. That is absolutely a but-for cause. But the second part of the analysis under Fiesel, and Fiesel is just one of several cases in our appellate jurisdiction that instruct trial courts that if there is a break in the chain of the criminal conduct, the wrongful conduct, and the outcome, then the person who would otherwise be guilty of or convicted of that crime isn't guilty because of the unforeseeability of that negligent act. Clearly, Ms. Salcido was negligent. And in my opinion, I mean, you saw the turn. I know there was a lot of fight about whether she was going mostly straight or turning left as she was pulling out of there. But one piece I'll agree with Sergeant Camp is the damage to her vehicle, I mean, consistently, pretty much ahead. The nose of her vehicle made pretty much head-on contact, although it was at the Jeep was at an angle with her vehicle. There's a break in the chain of causation. I think legally, the binder should not be granted in light of that on both counts. Not to mention that the act of the driver of that Jeep Grand Cherokee to make that evasive turn, I think Sergeant Camp did agree with me, this evasive into the path of this young man's vehicle, Malibu, that caused him to get forced into the center lane and have contact with the subsequent two vehicles. So I oppose the bind over on those.
Thank you. Any further bind over?
Yes, Your Honor, just to complete the record and make sure it's clear that we're talking about the correct Fiesel case and the correct holding in Fiesel. Fiesel is found at 486, Mission 184, and it states Proximate causation is a legal construct designed to prevent criminal liability from attaching when the result of the defendant's conduct is viewed too remote or unnatural. If the finder of fact determines that an intervening cause supersedes a defendant's conduct, quote, such that the causal link between the defendant's conduct and the victim's injury was broken, end quote, proximate cause is lacking and criminal liability cannot be imposed. And I believe that is citing back to the People v. Schaefer case, which is 473, Mich. 418. Whether an intervening cause supersedes a defendant's conduct is a question of reasonable foreseeability. Ordinary negligence is considered reasonably foreseeable and thus is not a superseding cause that would sever proximate causation. In contrast, gross negligence or intentional misconduct on the part of a victim is considered sufficient to break the causal chain between the defendant and the victim because it is not reasonably foreseeable. Gross negligence, however, is more than an enhanced version of ordinary negligence. It means wantonness and disregard of the consequences which may ensue. So ask yourself, Judge, after the testimony and the videos, who had the want and willful disregard for the safety of people and property, and who had the ordinary negligence at best? And in fact, we heard testimony from, I believe it was one of the officers, first officers that testified, Haven Hyatt or Selden, who said that rolling a stop sign, that person would be issued a civil infraction ticket. That's synonymous, in my opinion, with ordinary negligence, or very close to it. So in order to sever the causation, as Mr. Nichols has just argued, it needs to be gross negligence. And I would submit to the court, the only two vehicles in this case that were grossly negligent were the two doing over 95 miles per hour in a 45 mile per hour zone. There was no superseding intervening cause. Any argument to the contrary, I think, is baseless. I also feel that if it's going to be done, it should be done by the trier of fact. I feel as a matter of law, excuse me, it probably is not a superseding intervening cause, but for purposes of probable cause, and for purposes of a bind over, Your Honor, I ask the court to bind over on counts 1 and 2 for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Today was a date set for a preliminary examination. This information is for your benefit, Mr. Velasquez-Hicks. The purpose is so that the prosecution can bear their burden, which is to establish that they have sufficient probable cause of the felonies that they're accusing you of was committed. And so first they have to establish that felonies were committed. Then they have to establish they have a probable cause that you were the person to have committed the felony. So this is not a trial. They don't have to prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. They just need to provide more than mere suspicion. I will be the sole determiner of any credibility issues at this stage. And then I also will weigh the people's likelihood of success at trial. We've gone over the elements of the charge. In count 1, you're charged with reckless driving causing death. Count 2, it's reckless driving causes serious impairment of a bodily function. We had testimony today first from Officer Haven Hyatt. She testified that she responded to an accident at or near the area or intersection of South MLK and Mary Ave on April 24th, 2025. She responded to a crash involving an extrication that when she arrived, she noticed a Chevy sedan, Chevy Malibu, and that the front passenger I think the vehicle was upside down. The front passenger appeared to be unconscious and or already deceased at the time of officer's arrival. There was a pickup truck on the curb next to the liquor store. She stated that in that area, the maximum speed limit is 45 miles per hour. She made contact with the person that she identified in court as John Velasquez-Hicks, and that the passenger, later deceased, was the brother of Mr. Velasquez-Hicks. I believe his name was Jaden Velasquez-Hicks. I think she described him to be about 14 years old. That she says she rode in the ambulance from the scene of the location with Mr. Velasquez-Hicks, that he was able to recall a lot of information. I think she said his name, his date of birth, some other identifying information. And that he was able to recall that he was in the car or vehicle with his brother at the time of the incident, and that he continuously asked if his brother was all right and if he had killed his brother. She testified, she being Haven Hyatt, later testified that she learned that the brother did not survive. There was also later testimony from Officer Matthew Stevens, who also reported to the accident. And then we also had testimony from Kyle Bertley, who was operating and a victim of this accident. He was operating I think, a black Lincoln MKX vehicle at the time of the incident. He had a head-on collision with one of the vehicles, and he and his girlfriend both suffered some injury at that time. And then we also had testimony from a Daher Machi, who testified that he was also at the incident or the area of MLK at or near Mary, operating his motor vehicle, which I believe was a black Ford 150 pickup. And he said he was, well, let me strike that. I don't know if it was black. I just know it was a 2001 Ford pickup, and that he was towing a vehicle. He had a trailer, and he was towing another vehicle from one location to the other, and that he ended up in a collision. There was a head-on collision with his vehicle and the defendant's vehicle, and that as a result, he suffered a broken leg in multiple locations. It sounds like already having had 2 surgeries, a third one upcoming, and that immediately upon impact, he was not able to open his driver's side door. He and his passenger exited through the passenger door. The passenger suffered some minor injuries, it sounds like. I think he said he needed stitches to his lip or nose or something, and that he was unable to bear any pressure or weight on his foot, and was limping a lot, was in pain. We have what people have admitted as People's Exhibit 15A, which reference the injuries that he sustained. And then it should also be stated that the people admitted Exhibit 20 per statute, which is the forensic postmortem examination, which lists the cause of death for Jaden Velasquez-Hicks, being due to trauma, blunt force trauma to his head based from an accident. The argument based on the elements placed by the defense is that there should not be bind over because of testimony that we have here from it was Melanie Saucedo, and the court reviewed the exhibit, I think it was Defense A, which was the video, and that video was showed also to Ms. Saucedo, in which it demonstrates, I think it's clear, she didn't stop at the stop sign. She looked like she slowed down. She disagrees with how much she may have slowed down. I don't really know that that's germane to the issue. She did not make a stop at the intersection. She was questioned, though, on the cross-examination by the prosecution about her vantage point and line of sight when she came just before the intersection and then just at the intersection. And the video was paused, and the court could see, just as she could see, she said she didn't see any vehicles coming at the time. There was no oncoming traffic, even in consistency with the testimony of our expert witness, Sergeant Trooper Campbell, I believe his name is. There, people are turning, and when they make those turns, they're also taking into consideration the amount of space that they have and the opportunity to make that turn safely. Do I believe that Ms. Saucedo blew a stop sign with her children in the car to place them at risk? I don't believe that was the case. Do I believe that her actions were ones that warranted a civil infraction? I can see why that would warrant a civil infraction, but that's not the issue why we're here. The issue why we're here is because we have 2 individuals that are operating motor vehicles down MLK at almost 100 miles per hour. And if they were not operating at such an excessive, reckless speed, then Ms. Saucedo's decision likely could have been different. She would have saw maybe that there was no traffic coming because there was no traffic coming. I think that if you're going 96 miles per hour, the time it's going to take you to get from point A to point B is going to be quicker. And so your ability to see or gauge how quickly you can go probably would be skewed. Do I believe that that intervening factor is sufficient enough to break the causation as it relates to the elements? I do not believe that. But I also believe that that actual argument is a question of fact for jury. And I think it's my determination. So for those reasons, I think there is sufficient probable cause as to count 1 and count 2. They will, the complaint as pled will be bound over to the circuit court. Find over date is June 10th. That's the date they're receiving this file, not a date that you, Mr. Velasquez-Hicks, needs to appear in court, okay? Your next court date will be a pre-trial in the circuit court after they receive this file, and then your attorney will be made aware of your next court date. Do you have any questions regarding that at this time? A bond was set at 5,000 cash surety. Is he being held on something else? Okay. Any additional matters for the record?
I do have, I'm sorry, I do have a bond motion. The other matter that he's being held on in Newton County, he will have completed that sentence June 9th. So I think the other gentleman has a PR bond, but be that as it may, I'm asking for a PR bond and/or convert the cash surety bond to a 10% bond. And in support of that motion, his family is here. His family is the same family as the victim, Jaden, and Debbie. He's very supportive of John, and he would be living back where he was, the same address on Freeman, with another grandmother, quasi and Diane.
Okay, so you want the bond amended at this time to either PR or a low 10% as we're asking for?
Correct.
Are the people going to respond?
Well, I guess I always, maybe it's the former defense attorney in me, but if the court grants a PR bond now, he's not going to get credit for the time from today to the time he's released from Eaton County. So he's going to lose those days.
Which is why I should have said 10% instead of PR bond. Thank you.
Sure. So I leave that to the discretion of the court. I note that the other co-defendant in this case is out on bond. I'm unaware of any issues, so I leave it to the court's discretion. But I do think if the court is going to lower bond or give a PR bond, that one of the conditions must be to for the defendant not to drive a motor vehicle. I think that would be a safe situation for the community to have him not driving after what we've seen and heard from today, and then leave it to the discretion of the court. Thank you.
And I can help with that last part. His license is revoked under MCL 257.320. Secretary of State initiated an action because of the.
And I understand that, but if he violates that, Secretary of State's not going to hold him in contempt of court for a bond violation, which the court obviously can.
Since it's already revoked, then there's no problem with us putting that in the PA 53. So I will amend the bond to 1,010%, and he will be ordered not to operate a motor vehicle. All other bond conditions will continue. I think he also was ordered to be on GPS tether. No, that's in this file. I'm looking at what the magistrate ordered when she arraigned him. I don't know that GPS tether is necessary, so I'll remove that at this time. He does still need to report to pretrial services upon his release. Any additional matters for the record?
Not for the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
I have consulted with the prosecutor and trying to get access to the Malibu for two reasons. One, to do an inspection, as well as to, if there are some personal belongings of Jaden there. And I've been working with Sergeant Vanda Ward, right? Got that right? who understood my questions apparently and said, yeah, we'll make that happen. So we're gonna work that out today.
Good job. Okay, I'm glad to see everyone's working together. The more we work together, happier we'll be. Okay, anything else for the good of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We want to get in a cooler climate than this courtroom.
It won't be hard.
The hallway's cooler.